Good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Welcome back to the picturesque St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome back to Arnesville playing field, where we're here in the third round in this West Indies under 19 3-day tournament, been held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the second time. We didn't have cricket for the past 2 years or so, so we're back here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today we are bringing broadcast live from Arnesville playing field in the match between Guyana and Jamaica. These two teams meeting for the first time. Just to remind you that it is live coverage here from Arnesville playing field. And with me today, I have the lovely Stacey-Ann Adams. Stacey-Ann, good morning.
Good morning to you, Kenroy Martin, and good morning to all the viewers out there.
All right, and we are here to witness the third round between Guyana and Jamaica. Jamaica presently leading the point standings, and Trinidad and Tobago at the bottom. Guyana won their first game but lost to it was Leeward Islands in its second game. Also in studios with me is a good friend of mine, Sylvanus Horn Morgan. Well, I had known him as Morgan. He said he's on today, so I'm not too sure as to why the horn comes in. But good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to listeners and viewers throughout the Caribbean and here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, especially to those who are critics, fanatics. Welcome.
Right. So there you have it. There you have it from our studios here at Arnesville playing field. But we are here to witness another thrilling game between these two young teams in this under 19 tournament. These are our rising stars. The tournament has been dubbed Rising Stars, and we had some good performances so far during the tournament. And Stacey-Ann has all the stats with her, so she will be able to update you as to the point standings, the persons with the most runs, and so on. So she'll be given that task in a little bit. But we're expecting a very good game between these two teams. Jamaica, who have played some very good competitive cricket, they lost their first game against Barbados. They have bounced back. They won the second game. And they're looking to do the same thing in this tournament, in this game. And also, we have Guyana, who have won their first game and lost their second game. So they're looking to bounce back as well. So we're looking forward for a very interesting game here at Arnesville. So we'll be back with you in a few minutes as the umpires prepare to come out, and we would return to broadcast. Good morning again and welcome back to Arnos playing field where all the players are dressed in white, well decked. The umpires are on the field and the toss have been won by Jamaica and they insulted the Guyanese. So we are about to start in a few, but we have 2 umpires officiating. The umpires are home. Morgan?
We have Joseph from Antigua, and we also have Wright out of Jamaica. Bernard Joseph is from Antigua, and Christopher Wright, the Jamaican.
Right, so we have 2 umpires from the regional setup. They are here also in this tournament. So Guyana would be taking first knock here, and Jamaica would be batting. For the opening batsman, we have Caesar and Ramnath. Caesar would be taking strike. Not too sure of the fast ball on the other end there.
Yes.
Looking for his number. Thomas. Thomas would be opening the bowling for the Jamaicans. He'll be bowling from the backway end. It's a lovely day here for cricket in St. Vincent and Grenadines. The sun is out in all its glory, really. I'm not feeling the breeze today. I'm in the air condition, Stacey Ann. So the umpire hands out and you're ready. Just in a few minutes to start to see the first ball being bowled here at Arnos playing field. Here we go. And he stops in his run, not totally ready. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Stacey and these 2 teams have played and won 1 game and lost 1. So we're looking for a very good battle between these 2 teams here today.
Yes, indeed so. And as it stands, Barbados is on top. Leeward Islands is next. And these 2 teams will be hoping to usurp Barbados and probably go on top if they win the game. So that's what they'll be looking to do, Martin.
Okay, so Thomas looking like he's not even ready for this game this morning.
Maybe,
Stop abruptly twice.
maybe a bit of issue with the run-up.
Probably the wind is blowing across the ground a little bit too heavy for him.
Yes,
Or his run-up is not marked properly. One of the 2. We have our conditions are very dry. Very dry. As he tries that again. So, West Indies under 19 team. West Indies under 19 tournament. Being held in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Just to give you the feel. We have 3 slips, a gully, cover, short extra cover, no short extra cover, mid-off. You have a square leg and a fine leg to start proceedings here this morning. So it'd be Caesar will be taking strike from Thomas. Pulls up again. Things just not right for Thomas this morning. Just not right for Mr. Thomas with the number 42 on his back. We saw some good cricket so far in this tournament. Some outstanding performances. We have hundreds from the age of 15. first 100 been scored by him. From Barbados, youngster. He scored the first one. And there are some very encouraging knocks been going around in the tournament so far. We hope that continues in this round 3 game. This one is clipped off the pad. First delivery. Caesar is off the mark right away. So the first one on the board this morning, a deliver on the leg stump, and Caesar gets off the mark right away.
Yes, a very full delivery, but angling down the leg side. Let's see if Jamaica decides to employ that bowling plan they had against the Windward Islands, which was fairly full. He started off with a very full delivery, so maybe they're looking to do much of the same as they did to Windward Islands in that previous game they played.
So Ramnath would be facing his first delivery. Both batters are left-handers. He will be facing up to Thomas, the first delivery for the first innings. To Thomas, from Thomas. 3 slips, a gully, square cover, short, mid-off, short, mid-on, square leg, and the fine leg. This one is on the leg side again, not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. Thomas look like he's struggling a little bit for his line and length there, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, it appears that way. And something you have to pay attention to here at the Annisville playing field is the wind factor. It has a huge impact on lines and as well as boundary hitting from this end. So you have to be careful. You have to pay attention to the wind factor when you're playing at Annisville playing field.
This one is on the legs and he's whipping it off his legs and look like that's going to run into the fence. It does now. So a loose, full delivery on his legs. And he had no issues in putting that in the fence. Not a good start here from Thomas.
Yes, too full again from Thomas, this time over pitching. And Ramnath. His name is Ramnath. Got his first boundary for the morning.
So the Guyanese are off and running. So a shot into the body, turns it off neatly. Picks up another single. Annisville is known for being a very good batting surface. The ball comes on nicely. So it's a wicket that a lot of runs have been scored. And also a wicket that assists the bowlers once you're bowling in the right areas.
Yes, there's a lot of grass on the track as well in some areas, but there are also some smooth areas. So
lifting delivery outside here, something to the keeper's glove. Good delivery there by Thomas.
Yeah, there are also some smooth areas, but maybe the grass on the track is what encouraged Jamaica to bowl this morning. Yes, but so far it looks a decent batting track, but still early to tell.
Well, they had 2 days for preparation after the last game being played on this surface, and it seems like a new pitch as well. This one is well played there by Caesar in the approved manner. That brings you over to our end. The first over have been bowled. In this, the third round of the Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament is dubbed Rising Stars. And Guyana, being inserted by Jamaica, they are now 6 without loss. First over have been completed.
Yes, and Ryan Edwards is about to take up the attack from the administrative centre end. And as is customary for Jamaica, he opens the bowling. And he had a good game against Windward Islands. He picked up 4 wickets. He was searching for that 5th one. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So he'll be looking to continue where he left off.
Well, he had some good figures coming out of the last game, and he has this lovely in-swinger that he bowls full in the crease, and it causes a lot of problems to the batters. And with a new ball, 3 slips, a gully, he should be using that to dislodge a couple of batsmen in this game. So Edwards, with his first delivery in this, the 3rd round of the Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament here at Annisville, Jamaica versus Guyana. As I suggested, a full delivery, pitched on his legs, it's running away across the outfield. He won't get to that. 4 runs to Ramnath. It was a full delivery, bad delivery on the legs, and he made proper use of that.
Yes, and at Annisville playing field, the outfield is quite fast. So when it's hit out that side, you can expect it to run away for 4. But here you see Ryan Edwards continuing what worked for him in that previous game. So although it was a full delivery, it's what he's aiming to do to keep it as full as possible to the batters.
This one is lifting outside the off, some good carry to the wicket keeper. That's a better length by Edwards. That is where the coaches would love to see him bowl this new ball. That one pitched just on the off, just about 4th stump, and had a little lift as well. Goes into the glove of the wicket keeper. one is outside the off stump again, left alone by Ramnath. So the round 3, I just want to remind the viewers that these teams have been placed into zones. So this game is very critical in respect of qualifying. This one is just a little wide outside the off stump. Goes to the keeper's glove. So he's finding his way here, is Edwards. So continue that. Teams have been placed into zones. For the next round, they would be vying for that position, top position, so that they could be playing semi-finals and finals. I think that's how the system is set up. Edwards, oh, this one is leaving it alone with a bounce. The bat was still in the way. Safely though, struck the bat and went to the man at gully. He could have been in some trouble there, Stacey.
Yeah, better this time from Edwards. And I was just thinking to myself, if he only gets the wind to work for him, all he needs to do is find that line a bit straighter to the batter, maybe around half stump, and he can get the wind in his favor here, Martin. Because it usually takes the ball away from the left-hander.
Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. That brings over number two to an end. So both batters have gotten off the mark. One getting off the mark with a 4 and a single. Now one has a single and he has a 4 as well. So these teams have played 2 games so far, and the results are a win and a loss. So both teams, one coming in with full of confidence, one coming in trying to bounce back. But the team who plays the better cricket, this first hour is very important as well in respect of how you set up things for the day as you go forward.
Yes, and let me remind the viewers that Jamaica won the toss and they decided to have a bowl. So they'll be hoping to pick up some early wickets to dent the confidence of the Guyanese team.
Thomas, this one lifting outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Better line and length by him. Good start for him in the second over, as he has some encouragement coming from those in the slip cordon. Just clapping their hands and saying, yes, that's the line you should be bowling. It's a new ball, 5.5 ounces. It's red, it's shine. So the batsman should be seeing it almost every delivery. This one is edged. Running down to third man. He won't get to that. It goes past the ropes into the fence for 4. So a cheeky shot there by it's Caesar, who gets it between the third slip and the gully, and it goes into the fence for 4.
Yes, not sure if that was intentional, but runs nonetheless off the bat of Caesar.
This one, short lifting delivery outside the house. Some good delivery there by Thomas. Caesar played and then pulled his bat away. So a good lifting delivery there by Thomas. After hitting the outer portion of the bat of Caesar that ran down into the fence for 4. A good comeback there by Thomas. That one outside the house stump. Wicketkeeper taking it just about chest height or so. So good bounce and carry here at Arnos playing field. This one is down the leg, not taken cleanly by the umpire, and this camper by signal by the umpire now. Score moves up to a 15 without loss over number 3, being bowled by Thomas. Jamaica winning the toss, inserting the Guyanese. The Guyanese losing very badly to the Leeward Islanders, who had a very impressive game. And Jamaica, who had an impressive game as well against the Windward Islands. So Jamaica versus Guyana here would be a very good battle. Thomas looking to play that on the onside, does it in the outer portion of the bat again, and went to the man at mid-off. There are hardly any clouds in the sky this morning. It's a bright day. Lovely day for cricket. The outfield is dry. We haven't had much rain over the past 2 days or so. So the surface should be even, nice for batting and bowling. This one is played nicely to the man at mid-off, and as Thomas overturns, easy single to end the over. So it's now 16 without loss. Guyana after being sent in. Just to remind our viewers that there are 2 other games being played at Cumberland and Park Hill. So it would be Edwards who would be continue bowling for Jamaica from the commentators' end. We used to call it the airport end. That airport has now gone to Argyle. This one is pitched up, leaving the batter. Beautiful delivery there by Thomas.
Yes, from Edwards, and that's more where he wants to be pitching it up there, inducing the batter to have a drive at it. He just narrowly missed it on that occasion, so the Jamaicans won't mind seeing Ramnath play shots like that.
Well, it's encouraging for him. He has 3 slips and a gully. That's where he should be bowling. Again, just in that area of the full stump. Lifting and swinging away. Good left there by Ramnath. This one is beating him outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So a good line and length here by Edwards after not starting so solidly.
Yes, he's running in as he usually does. He hits the deck pretty hard, the young man. And on that occasion, just Ramnath not sure whether to leave or play at that delivery.
Yes, he's bowling just in the uncertain area, just about 40 to 50 meters in front of the batter. And now just about the 4th stump. It's a full delivery. Couldn't do much with that. Should have done better with it, but just stroke it back to Edwards, who does the feeling, and score remains on 16. 16 without loss. Guyana being inserted here by Jamaica.
Yes, it was a full delivery, but something to note is the uncertainty with the foot movement on that occasion by Ramnath.
This one is outside here, or somebody punches it to the man at backward square cover, who knocks it down.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that he bowled 3 good deliveries in that corridor of uncertainty, as we call it, and then there he had a full delivery, but he was unable to capitalize on it just because he wasn't sure whether to go forward or come back. All it was full. And it was lateness on the foot movement on that occasion.
Good observation there by Stacey and Adams. This one is pitched up to the pads and I'll stifle the appeal really. Striking him on the pads. Leg by signal by the umpire. Score moves up to 17. 17 without loss. Edwards concluding his over. So, a little mixed bag there from Edwards.
No, I think it was a well thought out over by Edwards. What he did, he drew the batsman forward, he had him driving, he bowled in that uncertain area, and then he aimed for that fuller delivery, hoping to catch him planted on the crease. So a well thought out over from him. He got the ball that he wanted. Unfortunately, he was heading down the leg side. So a good comeback over from Ray and Edwards after the first over.
With Thomas will be doing duties from the Beckway end. As you could see Beckway in the background. I know somebody will be smiling in the corner. This one is shot outside your stump into the keeper's glove. One of our scorers today hails from the beautiful island of Beckway. Welcome to mainland St. Vincent. Oh man. Just want to big up ITFX, who's carrying this broadcast live. They have been with us. You know, it feels like a partnership forever. So he's short on the body, he's tucking it off to the man at fine line. So not much trouble here being created by these fast bowlers to these batters. They look rather comfortable.
Yes, indeed. So apart from that over from Ryan Edwards, his second over of the day, I don't think there's much in the wicket for the Pacers. They just have to use their brain. They have to think a little bit more with the lines and lengths that they bowl and just keep mixing it up.
This one is on the legs again. Just turning it to the man at. Sorry, it comes off the pad to the man at square leg, who does the feeling. So we have not seen any very quick deliveries from these fast bowlers. There have been a few deliveries that bounce outside the off stump. They have not really tested the wicket so far. And this one is on the off stump. Good delivery, bringing him on his front foot. The man square cover does the feeling and does some polishing of the ball as well. If you're just joining us, you're watching, you're looking at Cricket West Indies on the 19 tournament, the Rising Stars. Guyana versus Jamaica here at Arnos playing field. This one is a full delivery down the leg side. Should have made better use of that one, Stacey.
Yes, indeed. So you battle will feel like he missed out, certainly. But the important thing is he's still there batting, still occupying the crease. Just has to wait on more bad deliveries to come. But before the start of play today, Caesar was on 97 runs for the tournament. He's the leading run scorer for Guyana. He has now surpassed 100 runs. Most runs so far in the tournament, Jordan Johnson, he is on top with 186 runs. You'll see him later on in the day. At the end of the over, the score is 20 for without loss at the end of the fifth over. Well, I'll continue just giving you an update on who has most runs and where the point stands so far. So Jordan Johnson, he's on top with 186. You'll see him later on today here at the Arnos playing field. He's playing for Team Jamaica. You have Akeem Ogist of Team Windward Islands. He has 180. Joshua Dawn of Barbados. He has 176. Stephen Wedderburn. He has 152. He's from Jamaica. Ethan Gibson, 112. He's from the Windward Islands team. Nathan Edward, 108 from Leeward Islands. Achilles Brown, he has 100 so far, and he's from Barbados. And I mentioned Tomani Caesar, he started the day on 97, but he has surpassed that.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The statistics for so far for round two, for 2 rounds of games. Edwards pitches just one up in the...
So we also have some bowling stats. We have Micah McKenzie. He has 12 wickets, the leading wicket taker so far in this tournament. He's from the Leeward Islands. Tariq Edward and Onaji Amory, Well, Tariq Edward from Windwards and Onaji Amory from Leewards, they both have 11. Jonathan Rampasad from Guyana, he has 10. Yes, Nathan Edward from Leeward Islands, he has 9. Trinidadian Vasant Singh, he has 9 wickets. Johan Lane from Barbados has 8. Sanjay Walker from Jamaica has 8 as well. Isai Thorn and Mavenja Dindyal, they both have 7 wickets and they are from Guyana as well.
On the leg side, taken by wicket keeper. So you have seen this issue of consistency still remains a problem for our fast bowlers in this tournament. They have been here and there, bowling the ball on the off, some pitching it up down the leg side. So we have not seen this word consistency when it comes to the fast bowlers, hitting a good area and consistently doing that. This one is a better one outside the half stump, making him come on his front foot, left it alone into the keeper's glove.
The point standings of Barbados, they're on top with 38.4. Leeward Islands, 25.6. Jamaica, 21 points. Guyana, 19.8. Windward Islands, 11.2. And Trinidad, 6.8. Martin, if you can just give the viewers an idea of how the points are accumulated in this competition.
Well, when it comes to batting, you score your first batting point at 249. You score your first batting point, and then you could score a maximum of 3 batting points. 3 batting points, so 149, 249, 299, 349. So there's outside the off stump, left again. That brings you over to an end. And the bowlers, you accumulate bowling points through your fast bowlers. 0.2 per wicket. 0.2 per wicket. So if persons are listening and are viewing, and the number seems a little bit off, based on cricket rules and regulations, and these are the differences that causes the points to be that way. The bowling points and the batting points. So those are some little explanations that the viewers would love to hear, and they have gotten it.
Yes, and you get 24 points for an outright win.
Yes. So that's why we have that amount of points being given to the leaders, and those who have not even accumulated any points through a draw or win has points on the board. It's a short lifting delivery down the leg side. First time seeing these fast bowlers really testing the wicket as the umpire makes that signal, one over the shoulder.
Sorry, I apologize to the viewers. You get 12 points for an outright win. Not 24. I was looking at Barbados stats at the moment, at that point in time. So you get 12 points for an outright win.
So there you have it. This one is short outside the arse stump. He rides at 1-2, the man at gully. But winning the toss and electing and sending the opposition into bat, you're hoping that you get some quick early wickets to really make some inroads, and we're not seeing that sort of intensity from these 2 fast bowlers from Jamaica.
Certainly not, Martin. So far, both of them look quite comfortable at the wicket. You're not seeing any sort of movement, not seeing any seam or swing so far. So one would think that spin may not be too far away, just to see what's there to offer on the wicket, just to see if spin can play an integral part of today's proceedings.
Well, the fast bowlers have not caused any trouble so far. The batters are rather comfortable. So Thomas continues. This one is down the leg side again into the keeper's glove. That level of inconsistency continues. Line and length. 2 outside the off stump, 1 down the leg side. 1 full pitch, 1 back a length. You know, you're not seeing that level of consistency from these fast bowlers.
Yeah, and remember the win factor here, Martin. It's quite a critical thing here. One thing Thomas can try is going around the wicket to the left-hander.
This one is short, rising outside the off stump.
As
Caesar is on top of that.
We saw a few deliveries moving down the leg side to the left-hander, so maybe he can just try working on the angles a bit. Maybe try to get the ball coming into the left-hander from around the wicket and see if that can be successful for him. Having said that, I haven't mentioned that the fast bowlers, they're not, making inroads as Jamaica would like. I think they have a bowling plan and they're trying to.
This one is on the leg stump again. Based on the field setting, Stacey, and there's 3 slips, a gully, a cover point. The line of length and the attack is on the leg stump. So the bowler is bowling outside of the plan, really.
Yes, and that's why I mentioned he can try coming around the wicket just to cut down the angle a bit. The Jamaica squad this morning is Sanjay Walker, captain. Justin Beckford, vice-captain. Jose Northover, he's the wicket-keeper. Adrian Ware, Sean Roy, Jordan Johnson, Stephen Wedderburn, Sherwin Thomas, Justin Walters, he replaces Brian Barnes, Ryan Edwards, and Alex Hines.
Edwards, this one is on the leg. He whips it off the leg. He's running close to the fence. He crosses for 1, comes back for a second. So good run in between these two. Another delivery on the leg stump, being whipped off.
Yes, and Guyana's team is Alvin Mohabir, he's the captain. Jonathan Rampasad, vice-captain. The wicket-keeper is Shama Yearwood. Tomani Caesar and Mavendra Dindyal. Zachary Joda. I'll continue after the delivery. Yes, Zinal Ramsamy, Jeremy Sandia, Bruce Vincent, and Isaiah Thorne. So those are the 2 teams.
Well, there you have it. 2 teams were battling here today at Arnisville. Crucial game. Both teams have won and lost. Jamaica coming off a very good win against the Windwards. And this one is pitched again on the legs as he turned it off neatly. Picks up another single. Score moves up now to 23. 23 without loss. Jamaica would have been hoping to get a few wickets here within this first hour or so. Things haven't sparked for them. This one is outside the off, some going across the bat. We have not seen much of that this morning, but a good delivery there by Edwards. He's known for doing that. We have seen him in a couple of games so far. And there's where he's more dangerous with that ball full just outside the house up or pitching wicket to wicket. That's where he gets most of his results.
Yeah, that's what he's been looking to do. However, he's just not been lining it up as straight as he's previously done.
This one is full on the legs again. Turned off to mid-wicket. Easy single. 24 without loss here. Guyana versus Jamaica. Jamaica winning handsomely against the Windward Islands at Cumberland, and Guyana losing badly against the Leeward Islands at Park Hill. This one is outside the off stump. Taken just in front of the first set. That brings over to an end. And that, with that over, coming to an end, that brings Mr. Morgan into the commentary box. Welcome back, Mr. Morgan.
Yep. It's my pleasure to be here, and we are looking at Guyana versus Jamaica in this third round of match. Playing conditions excellent for cricket here at the Arnos playing field, and we are seeing now that Guyana being put into bat by Jamaica now 24 for off 8 overs, 24 without loss off 8 overs.
So Thomas continues from the backway end in lovely sunshine. Rather little still as well. So a short lifting outside the off stump. That one have some bounce and pace in it. That's what we want to see from our fast bowlers. Good delivery.
Definitely, Martin. That one was dug in short by the man wearing the number 42 t-shirt, Thomas. He's into what, his 6th over now? And he has been bowling from the southern end, or the backway end, as we say here in Arnos, and he has not been that consistent, but he now seems to be getting into his rhythm.
This one is outside the off stump, bouncing once in front of the wicket keeper. Just to remind the viewers as well, and those who are listening somewhat, that the fast bowlers are only allowed to bowl 6 overs. The rule says that. So after 12 overs, these bowlers would not be able to bowl unless another hour has passed. Thomas outside the awesome pit in the outer portion of the bat. A fortuitous edge here by Ramnath, as Thomas put his hands on his hip and say, wow, look at that. First one for the morning, hitting the outer portion of the bat, running through point and the gully into the fence for 4. A fortuitous edge here by Ramnath.
Yes, and well, you interpret it as hitting the outer portion of the bat, but from my vantage point, I'm seeing him coming forward and just opening the face of the bat, and as we say, it's an educated shot through the gully position, and he was able to get some runs.
So 4 runs to him, Caesar. He moves up to 15. This one is outside the off stump, a little bit of movement inwards. So 3 slips, a gully, square cover, short mid off, short mid on, a mid wicket, a fine leg. They are waiting for something to happen. As Thomas continues. This one is on the leg. There's a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Shake of the head. See what he signals. Leg by.
And yes, that wasn't a bad delivery, Martin. It was swinging in, and the batsman was looking to play on the onside. Didn't get a bat onto ball there, and it goes down to finally hitting his pad and resulting in a leg by.
So this hour of play is very critical. It's very important for batting and bowling as well. It tells you how you intend to go through the rest of the day, really. This one is short, and he tries to pull that through mid-wicket. Wasn't too comfortable. It went back towards the bowler. So a little bit uncomfortable there with that short pitch delivery is Ramnath. That brings you over to end. The score remains on 29 without loss. 29 without loss. Jamaica winning the toss and insulting the Guyanese. They are 29 without loss.
Yes, Martin, and Thomas again is now changing up his length somewhat. We have seen in his earlier part of his bowling, pitching the ball up a bit, sometimes inconsistent with the length, and now he's testing out the wicket now. He has dug in a bit of short balls, and that last delivery there, we see the batsman wasn't quite in position, trying to hook, but didn't succeed.
So left-handed Edwards. This one is pitched up. Caesar just coming on his front foot and just squeezing that one out to the mid-wicket area. Seems as this is a placid wicket, really good for batting. We have seen Thomas testing the wicket. It's rushed across the batter's face, so there's something in it for batters and bowlers. Caesar is forward again. This one is hitting the bat, mid of the bat really. Things looking rather easy for these batters. There's not much to think about, no sideway movements. The ball is not rushing off the pitch. So good conditions for batting here, Morgan.
Definitely, definitely. And all the batsmen has to do, and they have been doing that quite all morning, taking their time, looking at the ball and play on the merit.
This one is pitched up. There's a loud appeal. The Jamaicans were confident, but the umpire is unmoved. So they would have to bowl again. Edwards would have to rethink. Come again.
Well, that ball was pitching between middle and leg and going further down. The batsman had a switch at it, and surely the Jamaicans think that there might have been an edge, and there was a loud appeal, but it was turned down by umpire.
Well, that's a game of cricket. Sometimes you think something, but the man who's in charge is the umpire. He will make the final decision, and he says, no, we continue play. So the short lifting, he's not comfortable with that one. Is Caesar. Seems to not really like those balls coming into the body. But a good try there by Edwards. This one was short lifting. That is something that we have not seen much of from the fast bowlers here. But I've seen just a couple of short deliveries, and the batter's not looking too comfortable behind those deliveries.
Exactly, Martin. And again, from the left arm, Edwards wearing the number 58 jersey. He has been very consistent with his line and length. And that one before was just on the body.
This one is a sharp lifting delivery outside the off stump, left alone. Keep going. And you see there's some bounce in this wicket. There is some pace as well. Just need to be extracted by those who are using it. They have tried a few short deliveries. The batter's not really too comfortable. I've not seen any adjustments in the field. The tactical strategy has been implemented. This again is short lifting outside the off. Some seem as though Edwards is just getting into his work.
Definitely, Martin. As again, he's been bowling very quite consistent, and I'm thinking that Martin has become quite noticeable in the West Indies setup. Not often you see a left arm bowler. We haven't seen that in a long, long time. Opening the bowling. So we have a left arm and a right arm combination, which is very good. And I think Edwards has been doing a very good job from this end. He has gotten quite a bit of balls to lift outside the off stump, and we have seen the batsman being a bit uncomfortable by some of the short pitch deliveries. But all in all, he has been bowling pretty well indeed.
Yes, and he's one of the leading wicket takers so far in the tournament. He has 11 from 2 games. I think he had picked up 5 wickets or 6 wickets also against the Windward Islands in the first game. This is in Thomas. I think this would be Thomas' last over because of the rules which are implemented in this tournament. He cannot bowl more than 6 overs.
Martin, looking at the openers, Guyanese has been a very short in stature, and we are seeing a pair of openers here in this under-19. Again, very short in stature, and 2 left-handers. Not very often you get them.
This one is wrap him on his pad again. There's a peel, but from our vantage point, that one is really going down leg. He's looking to whip it through mid-wicket. As you were mentioning there, the batters from Guyana, for the years have gone by, they are rather short in stature. They don't have much of height, but they are very stubborn and they are very technically correct from my years of playing. This one is pitched on his pad. This one looks like some runs. He plays it nicely to mid-on. Crosses for one. Come back for a second. Seems like that is all they would get. Yes, it is. So 2 more runs to the score. It moves up now to 31. 31 without loss. We have just about 45 minutes of play so far.
Yes, and that was nicely played by Ramnath, who a ball on his legs. He just worked it to the mid-wicket region and collected 2 runs. Nicely played.
This one is wide outside the off stump. No signal from the umpire. Ramnath had a swish at that. So just reminding you that you're looking at Cricket West Indies on the 19 tournament, Rising Stars, here at the Arnos playing field in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is outside the off stump again, left alone by Ramnath. They had 2 rounds of games so far. Both teams who are playing here today have won 1 and lost 1. So that makes for a very interesting game here between these two. These 6 teams have been placed into zones. So the top teams will be qualifying for the next round of games. This one is on the leg stump and I see no... I'm waiting for the signal by the umpire. That one pitched on the leg stump and went further down. The keeper couldn't take it. Runs into the fence for 4 byes. 4 by signal by the umpire.
Strangely enough, Martin, we're not seeing any adjustment to the field and the fact that Edwards has not been bowling a consistent line. He has been there and there on about, sometimes on the off, sometimes on the leg, and just evident in that last delivery there he bowled was wayward down the leg side. And that in itself tells you that as he comes to the end of his spell, he's getting tired.
Well, he has completed his 6th over. If I'm to be corrected, he has completed 6 overs. So that brings his spell to an end. There'll be somebody else bowling from the other end. And this is the problem that we have seen throughout the competition so far for the past 2 rounds. The fast bowlers have not been very consistent in their line and lengths. They have been straying on the leg side. They have been here and there. So we have not seen that consistency from these fast bowlers in this tournament thus far. So it's played up to the man at short mid-on Edwards. This is his 6th over as well. So it's just about 11.1 overs been bowled here thus far. 1 or 2 deliveries have gone past the bat outside the arm, but you have not seen much trouble being created for these batters with this new ball from these fast bowlers. This one is outside the off stump, left there.
And we are seeing Edwards as well continue to bowl that line and that length. He is getting some lift. He's hitting the ball in the right areas now and he's causing some concern for the batsman. Edwards, from my standpoint here, you're looking at him, he's just about 5'7", Martin. Oh, you're taller than that? Yeah, we don't have those tall fast bowlers as before.
I mean, he seems to be about that height. He's well built as well. He has some good shoulders. From what I'm seeing here, he has some good shoulders. He bowls from the shoulder as well. And good carry to the wicket keeper. He has a good in-swing in York. I have not seen it for the morning.
But clearly he is making the batsman think. He's pitching them right up and having some sideways movements as well.
This one is within the air again. Just left to the wicket keeper. As the umpire signal, I think that's 3 deliveries in this over.
Captain continued to maintain the same field, 3 slips on the gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. We have not seen much adjustment since this match has started for both bowlers.
This one is even forward outside the off stump. And Caesar has no trouble in leaving that one. The wicketkeeper takes. He has a number 80 on his back for Jamaica. So just to remind our viewers that Jamaica won the toss and insulted the Guyanese. Coming into this game, Jamaica defeated the windwards. And Guyana lost to leewards. As Edwards has a change in angle, he's going around the wicket. We're bowling to Caesar. He still have 3 slips, a gully, square cover. He has a short extra cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, and a fine leg. This one is up, pitched up, and he smashes that through backward point. He's running close to the fence. There's plenty. It goes over the ropes now. 4 runs to Caesar. So this one was pitched on the off stump, and Caesar went on the front foot and drove it through backward point into the fence for 4. A very good looking shot there by Caesar.
Yes, indeed, Martin. I was thinking that Edwards should have gone around the wicket quite earlier, but this time he tries it in the latter part of his spell, and it was pitched a bit wide, and the batsman just opening the face and slap it through backward point, goes into the cover point boundary for 4. It's a good shot.
Yes, a good shot by Caesar. We have not seen any shots of confidence so far this morning, but that's the first one coming from Caesar, from the bat of Caesar. Racing through backward point for 4. A pitched up delivery by Edwards. That brings his spell to an end. And the spell of Thomas as well. So we'll be seeing some change of bowling from both ends. Sanjay Walker. Walters. So there's a change of bowling from the Beckway end. So Walters, Justin Walters, would be taking over. He has taken over from Thomas, who have completed his 6 overs. We'll give his figures in a bit. This one is outside the off stump straight away. That brings him on a short extra cover into play. So a good start here by Walker. Medium pacer from Jamaica. Hitting his length straight away, Morgan.
Definitely, and he's not a terror fast bowler by any means. He's just slow medium, and we wait to see what he has to offer.
2 slips, a gully, square cover. This one is short, pulls through square leg, doesn't get the whole of it, doesn't get a hold of it really, and hit the inner portion on the back, but picks up another single. Score moves up now to 40. 40 without loss. Guyana having a pretty good start here this morning after being insulted. They are 40 without loss. They started this morning with Caesar and Ramnath, and both of them are still batting. We have Ramnath. He's now on... I'll give his score in a bit, but Caesar, he has 14. Let's walk outside the off stump. That one is taken just about ankle height. So Caesar has 80. Sorry, Ramnath. Ramnath at 18. And Caesar, he has 14. Guyana 40 without loss. Much better start for them in this innings than what I saw against the Leeward Islanders. The Leeward Islanders had 2 very good fast bowlers who really put them under some pressure. One is outside the off stump again by Walters. Into the keeper's glove right away. He has hit the spot just on the 4th stump. Coming down that corridor of uncertainty. As Ramnath leaves that one into the keeper's glove. So 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Short, mid-wicket, well, mid-wicket normal, and mid-on. He also is not bowling with a fine leg, though. Yes, a fine leg as well. He's in just on the off stump, and Caesar is behind that nicely. He's out to the man at square cover. Completion of 12 overs already in this, the first day of this, the third round of Cricket West Indies under-19 tournament. Rising Stars, Guyana versus Jamaica here at Arnos playing field. Lovely sunshine. It's good weather for cricket. This one is outside the house and he's driving beautifully through covers. It is getting close to the fence. It goes over the ropes now. 4 runs to Caesar. And he's looking like he's in for a big day today. 2 fine shots by Caesar so far. That one was the best of the lot.
Definitely, and both batsmen so far has by now been settled, and as we see, seeing the ball very big indeed, and they've been playing the patient game and playing the ball on its merit. So that ball was just outside the off stump, and deserved the treatment. He went at it and played it nicely through cover, though officially, but got 4 for it.
Yeah, so some positive batting there by Caesar. We have another change of bowling.
Alex.
So Hines has now replaced Edwards. I think he's a little leg spinner, left arm spinner. He would be bowling to Ramnath, who's unbeaten on 18, and Caesar have caught up with him. He's also on 18. Guyana 44. 44 without loss after being insulted. So a very good start by the Guyanese here this morning against the Jamaicans, who are coming off of victory, and the Guyanese are coming off of defeat. So they have 1 win each, 1 loss. So this game is a battlefield here at Arnisville. Full delivery on his legs. There's a man at deep mid-wicket who will do the fielding. So Ramnath, another single to him. He goes to 19 and score moves up now to 45. 45 without loss. Guyana would be very happy. Very happy. Not comfortable, but happy with the start that they have been given by these 2 opening batters. They have not really had that in the tournament so far. So this is very good for them in this very crucial game in this Cricket West Indies under-19 tournament. Flighty delivery outside the house. Somebody squeeze it through backward point, picks up another single. So really no trouble being created here for these batters by these bowlers from Jamaica.
Indeed, and with the spinners on, this is food for Guyana in a sense. They come from an island where there are lots of spin, and of course with the fast bowlers not able to penetrate, it's interesting to see what this session will bring with the spinners on.
Yeah, this one is flighted outside the house, and Caesar is driving, Ramnath to the man at mid-off. So easy pickings here so far. Hines is flighting delivery nicely outside the house, but the batters are equally good as well. Some easy singles being taken. So there's a short mid-wicket, a short square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-on. This one is flighted again, driven up to the man at short mid-off. There's a short extra cover. Cover, a slip, a short leg. 2 attacking fielders, or 3 attacking fielders basically. Short extra cover, mid-wicket, as Hines continue. This one is outside the off stump, easily played there by Caesar. Short, stocky, had some power in those shoulders as well. From our vantage point, well built. This one is outside the house, someone is driving to cover as well, fielded by the man at short extra cover. Moving to his right. That brings you over to an end. The score is now 47. 47 without loss. Guyana having a very positive start here at Arnisville against the Jamaicans after being insulted.
A very good start indeed for the Guyanese, and as we see spinners are on now. The batters are growing in confidence. These two openers have seen the pacers off, the opening bowlers, and now they are into spin, which of course they love spin, and we haven't seen any fireworks per se, Martin, but we hope that later down as we go ahead with this spin attack, we would see some very interesting batting and some fireworks.
This one is outside the off stump. Ramnath plays confidently to the man at short extra cover. No run. The score remains on 47. So they should be very happy with this start, as I said before. But just to say that spin did the damage against the Guyanese in the last game. The likes of Mackenzie from the Lee ones, he picked up 9 wickets in that game, 5 and 4. So he could be very strong, and that could be a weak point as well. This one is outside the off stump again. Well played. These batters looking very settled here this morning on a placid batting wicket here at Arnos playing field. We know it to be a wicket that produces a lot of runs, and it has already produced 47 so far without a wicket. So it seems like a good wicket to be hunting on as a batsman. Has proven that so far. 2 slips, a gully. This one is outside here, something hitting the outer portion of the bat. Running through that vacant area again. He runs close to the fence. Some good teamwork there by these two. The Guyanese pick up 2 more runs.
That ball, Martin, was just on about middle going to off stump, inviting the batsman to play, and almost got the edge actually. And since Alex Hines has come on, he has been testing the batsman, and he's bowling a very nagging line and length. So making the batsman play, making the batsman think. So we'll see what transpires as he goes on during the day.
So Hines, outside the off stump, bringing him on the front foot. A lovely shot by him. He caused, and I think Caesar was ball watching there. Should have been a single, but he was ball watching instead of communicating with his partner. And really, that should have been a single, and it was turned out.
Definitely, but again, it was good shadowing by the man at extra cover. He gets across. They didn't get it, stopped it, but his coming across was a technical way of ensuring that the batsman doesn't get another run.
Well, good all-round cricket. This one is on the pads, turn to the man at mid-wicket. Who does the feeling? Ramnath looking even more comfortable, timing the ball very sweetly now. He's been there for just about 12 overs or so. Sorry, this is over number 50. Been bowled. Losing track of the overs here as well. Wow, they's going rather fast. 49 without loss, the Guyanese. This one is outside here off stump, and Ramnath is on top of that stylishly as the umpire signals break. So we have completed the first hour of play here at Arnos Vale in this round 3. Jamaica versus Guyana. Jamaica winning the toss. And insulting the Guyanese, they are 49 without loss, and they have faced 15 overs, Morgan.
Yes, indeed. And we have seen a very good session. The batters concentrating, and that is what is needed in this game. Concentration, especially from your openers, to ensure that your team is being placed in a very good position. And both Ramnath and Caesar has been doing justice for the team. The Jamaicans still have to work very hard. It's a pretty hot day, very clear blue skies, no sign of rain at this time. So the first hour, 4 session has come to an end. The drinks break is taken, and we will see what the next section will bring, Martin. But as you rightly said, these two batters have been confident. They've been playing the ball on its merit. They've been taking their time so far, and they've been accumulating the runs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you shortly. As they take a break on the field, we'll take a break here at the studios, and we'll be back with you shortly for continued coverage.
Okay, so we are back at the Arnos playing field, pictorious Arnos, and we are looking at bowler Hines, no? Beckford, spinner. Justin Beckford is now bowling from the commentary booth end. His first delivery was played on the onside. There's no run. Resumption. The Guyanese 49 without loss. As Beckford comes in bowl, flighted just outside the off stump. Batsman allowing it to go by. No run. I have with me my analyst, Stacey Adams. She's here with me at the broadcast. And that delivery from Beckford again is outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman, Caesar. Beckford. Right arm over the wicket to Caesar, and he's following his edges and he's out. So Guyana has lost their first wicket, a well-flighted delivery bringing the batsman forward, and it blown to silly mid-off, who takes the catch, and Guyana has lost their first wicket, first success for the Jamaicans, and the score now is 49 for 1. Stacey.
Yes, the first hour certainly belonged to Guyana, to Mani Caesar and Ramnath. They mitigated that first hour well. However, Justin Beckford, the off spinner, has been introduced into the attack. I was wondering how come they opted for a left-arm spinner to the two left-handers. But Alex Hines, he's a brilliant bowler in his own right. But the off spinner this time does the trick. Straight in front there, it looked to be LBW on that occasion, Morgan.
Definitely. Definitely. But it was a good delivery, and he has the batsman bringing him forward. And earlier I was saying that the Guyanese are from the island of spin, and they would love to bat spin all through the day. The two batsmen were looking quite comfortable until the change in bowling after the break, and we have seen that it brings some success for the Jamaicans. So the Guyanese losing their first wicket after the first session of play. 49 for 1. 49 for 1. Is it Caesar, the batsman, who's going? He scored how much? 19. After the first session, Caesar didn't get off the mark again. 19. Caught at silly mid-off of the bowling of Beckford.
Yes, Mavendra Dindyal, he makes his way to the crease. Our co-commentator, Kenroy Martin, did say spin seemed to be their Achilles heel because they were, for lack of a better word, destroyed by spin bowling by the Leeward Islands team at Park Hill. So Mavendra Dindyal, I've heard good things about him in this tournament so far. My co-commentator, Kenroy Martin.
And for this, his first delivery, that's pretty close, but he squeezing it out. A very good delivery there from Beckford. As this one flighted, bringing the batsman forward, keeping a bit low, and he just have to come down pretty hard on it. Force up.
Yes, I was saying my co-commentator Martin mentioned that Dindyal was one of the standout batters in that game against Leeward Islands. And
for this delivery, Dindyal is turning it backward of square. Result is in no run. So that's a beautiful over bowl by Beckford, in which he gained some success, getting the wicket of Caesar for 19. Guyana 49 for 1 of 23 overs. Of 16 overs. So Guyana need to consolidate. The Jamaicans, of course, will be happy that they have gotten the breakthrough. They have been hoping that their opening bowlers would have done the trick for them, but we are now seeing that the spinners are the ones doing the trick for them. So with bright sunshine here at the Arnos playing field, we now see the left arm Hines taking it up from the southern end. There's a change around, and that's where Beckford came in from the northern end to make that change. So we now have Hines coming from the opposite end, left arm, and he will be bowling to Caesar. And for this delivery, he's playing it up to mid-on, straightish mid-on, there's no run.
Yes, so let me just mention, this is the first game for both of these teams at this ground.
And here is a delivery, slightly short, and Caesar is opening up, slashing it through backward point, close to the boundary, and he gets 2 runs.
Yes, short
3
delivery.
runs, sorry.
Short delivery on that occasion, and well played by Ramnath. He didn't get the timing on that occasion, so he wasn't able to go to the boundary. Pulled back by Ware there, and who's fielding at point. Yeah, so first game for both of these teams at this venue. So a longer appraisal period may be required of them. You see, Caesar and Ramnath, they were able to survive that first hour. So now it's the onus is on Jamaica to find a way to put some pressure on these batters.
Definitely. So we are seeing some adjustment made to the field. So 1 slip, forward short leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover, extra cover, backward point, man on the backward square boundary. As Hines comes in, left arm over the wicket, and here is Ramnath. Dindal pushing up to mid-off. Hines again. And Dimnall is playing it on the onside. There is no run.
So what I've seen of Hines so far, bowling at Cumberland, he takes a while before he gets into a rhythm. But when he does, he can be quite destructive.
And here he is. And this one is pushed through the forward short leg. Didn't get a chance. It was pretty quick.
Yes, in a game against Windward Islands, Akeem Agist and Ethan Gibson were going quite well, and he came on and broke that partnership for Jamaica.
Okay, so there's quite a bit here in Alex Hines, and here's this ball, the batsman playing with a little uncertainty there, a little bit of bounce there, and he plays it quite comfortably nonetheless. Runs down to vacant third man, and there is no run. That brings it to the end of the over. Is it? Yes. The end of the over, well bowled by Alex Hines, and the score now is 52 for 1. Guyana 52 for 1. Beckford, who came on as change from this end, was able to break that partnership, and so the Guyanese now consolidating. The Jamaicans looking for blood here. Both teams actually having lost their first games, and this is their first encounter here at this Mecca, the Arnos playing field. And both of them have to dig and dig hard. And for this delivery from Beckford, right arm over the wicket is played on the offside. Out to cover, no runs.
Yes, both of these teams are third. Jamaica is third on the table, and Guyana is fourth on the table. They've both won 1 apiece.
And for this delivery again, Dinat is forward. And there is no run. Beckford again. And here is Dinat driving. It beats mid off. It's going down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. This one was pitched up. And is it Ramnath? Ramnath driving through mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. That takes the score up to 56 for 1.
Yes, beautifully driven there by Ramnath, just keeping his shape and finding the gap beautifully between the man at short cover and the fielder, Rayan Edwards, at the mid-off region.
Beckford, right arm over the wicket, plays this one on the off side, is Ramnath. No run. To a squarish mid-wicket, just running around to his left. Beckford again. Bowls. Ramnath is forward, thinking about a single. And it says no. The ball was played out to extra cover. Beckford into Ramnath again. And he's back and punches this cover. Brilliant feeling, just covering to his left. Was short, and he's backing away and trying to punch that one to beat cover, but didn't do so successfully. That brings it over to an end, and the score remains at 56 for 1. Yes, Stacey, and we have seen the two openers for Guyana have paved the way. Unfortunately, they didn't get over the 50 mark before the fourth wicket was broken after the fourth session. But now, again, we are seeing Ramnath settling in, and he seems to be very confident and looking to play his shots now. So it's Alex Hines who will continue from the southern or backward end. For those of you who know Annisvale very well, he comes in left arm around the wicket, and for this delivery, Dinat is forward in defense. Dinat, stockly built, wearing the 74 t-shirt, as Alex Hines. Left arm around the wicket, bowls, and he is getting this one, running it down to third man for a single. Carries the score up to 57 for 1.
Yes, it's something to think about in the tournament. What I've witnessed so far is usually a wicket is lost before a session, and sometimes we see, right after a break, rather, a wicket has fallen again. So maybe a lack of concentration on the batter's part.
Hines, this time over the wicket, quicker delivery, flatter, but the batsman very watchful.
But the Caesar basically gave it away there because he had a wonderful partnership with Ramnath, and just at the beginning of a new session, he lost his wicket.
We break as Hines bowls again, and here is Ramnath playing into the offside, short cover, no runs. Yes, and cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. These things do happen. As here is Ramnath hitting this one over the top. They gone for 1. They return for 2. 2 runs to Ramnath, as this was pitched up, flighted, and he go for the big heave, so to speak, but didn't get quite hold of it, but it went straight over mid-off, and they were able to pick up 2. That carries the score on now to 59 for 1.
Yes, and you saw Ramnath there holding his head up high, as to say, yeah, probably shouldn't have played that shot. You also saw him hitting his pads as well. The bowler on that occasion won that little battle. So Ramnath was just holding his head up as to say, I shouldn't have played that shot. And he corrected it. He didn't go for the drive, that up and over drive on that occasion, and decided to play it down the next delivery. So at the end of the over, the score is 59 for 1. Ramnath and Dindial is at the wicket for Team Guyana.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing a change in the attitude of the batters now, that there is a change in the bowlers as well. And we are seeing a more purposeful batting by these two. Ramnath, we said, have been there from the start, and with his partner Dimnath, who recently arrived to the wicket at the fall of Caesar's wicket, are now pushing the score along merrily to 59 for 1.
Justin Beckford is going to be replaced by Justin Walters here at the administrative centre end. Beckford picked up that wicket of Caesar, but I guess he only came on to break the partnership, so to speak, and they've now reintroduced their medium pace bowler, Walters, from this end, who started at the Beckway end previously. So
Justin Walters, wearing the 39 t-shirt, diminutive in figure, take up the attack from this end. He just had 2 overs from the southern end. Didn't bowl badly. Had a consistent line from the southern end. But there must be some strategy in this one as he comes up now from this end. And there's a delivery, just inviting the batsman outside the off stump. A very good delivery, lifting outside the off stump, inviting the batsman to play. He played at it, misses. Very good delivery, Stacey.
Yes, beautifully bowled there by Walters, and that's where he needs to operate. With the pace he's operating at, he doesn't need to try to bowl it short or pitch it up too much, because the batters will capitalize on anything shorter, too full from him. So that area right there, that what you call a corridor of uncertainty, is where he needs to be operating. So beautifully bowled from Walters.
And indeed, we didn't see that from the opening bowler Edwards from this end. Actually, he did get some lift outside the off stump, bowling to the left-handers, but here it is that Dinnath, a right-hander, facing up to Walters. And for this delivery, here is beautiful shot by Dinnath. Classic, correct, textbook style, driven to the offside, 4 runs. Lovely shot, Stacey.
Yes, and what I was just talking about is Walters getting it too pitched up to the batters. They will definitely capitalize. And there you see Dindial playing an exquisite drive through covers, a half volley on that occasion. And all he needed to do was come forward and keep his shape, which he did beautifully, to play a drive to covers for 4. So not where Walters need to be operating. You just need to pull that length a touch bit. Just pull it back a bit to cause any sort of problems for the batters.
So that carries the score up now to 65 without loss. How would Walters respond? Walters runs away from the commentary end into Dinnath, and this one is much better in line, right on target, brings the batsman forward, no runs.
Yes, and with the introduction of Walters, what he needs to do is just keep a steady line and length. That's all the team will require of him. Just keep a steady line and length of the batters pressing forward and maybe play on their patience a bit. So he too needs to be patient in his deliveries. So just keep that steady line and length to cause any sort of problems.
Walters to Dinnath, outside the off stump. Batsman doesn't have to play, go through to the wicket keeper. Guyana, insulted by the Jamaicans who won the toss this morning. Good conditions, bright sunshine here at Arnos. No threat of rain, clear blue skies. It's a pretty hot day. And we look forward to some interesting cricket here. Both teams having won their first game. And this is their first visit here at the Mecca at Arnos. Walters, we're looking at Walters bowling to Dinnath short, and he slaps this one through backward point, and it will run into the boundary. Hit the ropes now. 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs. It's a trifle short delivery, Stacey Ann, and it got the treatment.
Yes, too short and definitely too wide. You saw Dindial the ball before he left that delivery. On this occasion, it was just too short and definitely too wide. So some easy runs being scored here by Dindial and Guyana. Walters just need to find that line and length from which he started this over with, to cause any sort of issues, because the batters there won't be afraid to go at him because of the pace that he's operating at.
So Dindial on 9. Seems to be very attacking, and we look at Walters, runs in and bowls, and again, there goes Dindial. Textbook style, lovely shot. Ball pitched up. Dindial just coming forward with very good ease, and he drove that one exquisitely through covers.
Yes, Walters struggled a bit to find his line and length in that over. Too short and too full, and there you go again, too full on that occasion. And Dindial just capitalizing on that half volley. Hit a bit uppishly, but of course the cover gap is quite vacant, so he didn't need to run at all. You saw he just stood there, played the shot, stood there and watched it go all the way to the boundary.
Yes, that brings it to the end of the over, and the Guyanese total rushed up with that boundary on to 71 for 1 of the 31 overs. Sorry, of 20 overs. Dinnath is on 31, and Ramnath is on 31, and Dinnath is on 13. So 71 for 1, Guyana, insulted by the Jamaicans. So Hines will continue from the southern end, the left arm spinner, and he will be bowling to Ramnath. And for this, Ramnath is back, short outside the off stump, and he bangs it through the offside. It's running out to the cover boundary. Will it get there? It's close. The batsmen are crossing for their second run, and they picked up 2 runs. 2 runs.
It's a brilliant bit of work there from Sherwin Thomas on the boundary. Teamwork between him and Captain Sanjay Walker. Pulling it back, and they were able to run 3. Too short from Alex Hines on this occasion, and Ramnath was happy to get on the back foot and punch that through the covers. Now you see Sanjay Walker has decided to keep the man out on the cover boundary. So, it's a left-handed strike on this occasion, so he'll be on that square leg boundary for the left-hander.
And for this delivery, here is Hines. And Ramnath is stroking it out to the offside, deep cover, and a good pull back there as the batsman stay their ground. They only got 1 run.
So
2 runs, sorry.
What we're seeing here is a batsman overcompensating. Before he got too short to the batter, on this occasion too full. Driven, not timed perfectly, so the fielders were able to pull it back.
Yes, Hines again, so left arm, round the wicket, bowls to Ramnath, and he's stroking this one on the offside. Short cover runs around to his left-hand field. Yes, we have been seeing a little stray of the length and line of Hines, and the batsman has been capitalizing on these short deliveries. This one again outside the off stump from Hines. Alex Hines bowling left arm around the wicket, and Ramnath, the attacking batsman, lets it go. For this delivery, he's forward again. Plays back to the bowler, no run. Alex Hines, left arm around the wicket, bowls. Batsman is forward, plays up to short mid-off. That brings the over to an end. It's now 76 for 1 Guyana. Ramnath is on 15 and Ramnath on 34. Stacey, a very good session so far for the batters since we see the introduction of spin.
Yes, since that wicket of Tomani Caesar, he was plumb LBW by Justin Beckford. We haven't seen any sort of trouble for the 2 batters in the middle, Mavendra Dindyal and Rampatab Ramnath, just to remind you viewers, the 2 batters that are in the middle. Justin Walters, he's going to continue from the administrative centre end. Okay, so now we see for Walters, there's a change in the field. There's just 1 slip, a gully, a cover, extra cover, short mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg. We are watching Walters wearing the 30-90 shot. Runs in to bowl to Ramnath. Short. And on top of this one, was pretty short, could have taken the pull, but thought of it, but he didn't. Plays back to the bowler. Well, if the batter is uncertain, the best thing to do is not to play the shot. So some uncertainty there from the batter in terms of whether the delivery may have risen or whether it will stay down a touch. So he opted not to play the shot on that occasion. So some assessment still being done by the Guyanese batters.
Walters to Ramnath. Outside the off stump, and he plays down to cover. No runs. Remind our viewers and our listeners that this match, Guyana versus Jamaica, the 3rd round of matches, being played at the Arnos playing field. Guyana being insulted by Jamaica, 76 for 1. Ramnath is still there, opening the innings on 34. Walters to Ramnath, he is forward. Ramnath looking very sound, looking very steady. Concentration, very immaculate. Seems like we're in for a big score here from Ramnath, Stacey.
Well, the Guyanese team will certainly hope so. On the other end of that, the Jamaicans will be hoping to get another breakthrough soon. Because let me remind you, they won the toss and inserted Guyana to bat.
Walters, hoping to do the trick for the Jamaicans, comes in. Bowls outside the off stump, given the width, given the treatment, and here is Ramnath driving through extra cover, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Walters. This ball was pitched up outside the off stump. Didn't have to do too much but plant his right foot out and drive through the covers.
Yes, immaculate timing from the young man. There are 4 fielders on the offside, and somehow he managed to thread the gap to place that perfectly for 4. There you see Walters just looking, searching for something. He bowled 3 good length deliveries to Ramnath, and on that occasion he decided to search for something and pitch it up fuller, which is not where he needs to be bowling to Ramnath and Dindial at this moment.
Let's see how he responds to this one. Walters again to Ramnath. For this outside the off stumps, a bit wider. He pitched it a bit wider. Batsman didn't have to play.
Yes, and it was also short. So he bowled it too full, and it was a bit too short, but the batter decided it's wide, so I'll leave it alone.
You think he has lost his concentration there somewhat a bit in this over, Stacey? He has been bowling well. He has bowled well from both ends, and even when he came from this end, he started out very well, but for some reason now he seems to be strained.
Sometimes. I'll continue after the delivery.
Walters to Ramnath. And for this delivery, Ramnath is nudging him down the leg side. The batsman crossed for 1.
Yes,
that's all there would be, 1 run.
Yes, sometimes it's a case of lack of patience. You find a nice line and length. Well, at the end of the over, the score has moved up to 80. 81.
Yes, 80,
sorry.
80 for 1.
81.
81.
Yes. 81 for 1. So sometimes it's a case of a lack of patience coming in from the batters. They are young men, and sometimes they find themselves thinking, oh, what do I need to do to get a wicket? So you'll see them trying all sorts of things to get a wicket. So what they need to do is just, when you find that line and length to a batter that's not allowing him to score off of you freely, just maintain that. However, you may opt to try something just to see if you get a different result because you're looking for wickets. So sometimes it's not about a lack of concentration, albeit that might be a case as well. However, on most occasions, you might think it's about a lack of patience from the bowlers.
Ramnath in 39 faces up to Hines. Left arm over the wicket. And for this delivery, which is going down the leg side, Ramnath trying to swing him around, misses. No run resulting. Ramnath, there from the beginning for Guyana, steadying the ship, left arm over his Hines. And for this delivery, Ramnath is forward, plays out to short cover, short extra cover. Hines to Ramnath, left arm over the wicket, and he drives up to mid-on. No runs resulting. Ramnath has to be very careful now. Seeing the ball, as we see, big as a breadfruit, settling down for this delivery. Full toss, driven, hit the hands of Hines on its way back, and ricochet to mid-on, straightish mid-on. No run. Stacey, seems to be quite humid out there from my vantage point. Hines again to Ramnath. This one just on about off stump, coming in the natural left arm. Short, but played away on the offside. No run.
Yes, it's indeed a hot day, and when you're out there and plans aren't going as well as you thought they may have been, as well as you think, it seems to feel hotter. This is talking from experience. When you're out there and runs are being scored freely, you seem to feel like, whoa, is it hotter? Is it hotter out here all of a sudden? However, when things are going your way, you suddenly forget the climate conditions and you're sharing in all your joy. But that was the end of the over. At this point in time, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Kenroy Martin. He'll continue with Mr. Sylvanus Horn. Mr. Sylvanus Horn.
Thank you, Stacey, and welcome back to the viewers. And as we continue with this thrilling match between Guyana and Jamaica, the Guyanese have marched on to 81 from 23 overs. Ramnath has moved on to 38, 39, and the attacking Dilnath has joined him, and he has raced to 15. So number 3, Bedford comes in. Leg spinner outside the house stump. And he punches it straight to the man at texture cover. And he's gone. A loose delivery. A loose delivery. And he punched it into the hands of the man at short texture cover. And Guyana have lost their second wicket from such a loose delivery.
Indeed, that delivery from Sanjay Walker, it was very much short. It's a long hop, really, and should have been put away, but instead he finds the man at extra cover, unfortunately. So Guyana losing their second wicket after a very, very strong start, and very, from all reports, dangerous Dilner is out. Seeing that very short ball, his eye lit up and picks out the man there at extra cover, Martin.
Well, we have seen a trend in this tournament so far. When there's a break, there's a fall of the wicket. And when there's a change in bowling, there's also a fall of a wicket. So that has worked for Guyana, for Jamaica on 2 occasions this morning. As the first hour completed, they started back. And in the first hour, they lose the batter. And then a change in bowling here from Jamaica. And immediately, the wicket of Dindal has gone. So Guyana, now 81 for 2, haven't had a very good start from Ramnath and Caesar, who gave them 49 runs to start this morning. They looked very settled, didn't look troubled at all, but they are now 81 for 2. Yes. 81 for 2 in quick succession.
Yes, indeed, and the change of bowling has definitely bring some success for the Jamaicans. And this is something, Martin, that the Guyanese will have to think about. They were going pretty okay the early part of the session this morning. They see the opening bowlers out, and no sooner that the spin came on, there was some trouble.
Flight in, and he tried to turn that 1-2. Fine leg, only find him on that square leg. Really, there's a slip. Short mid wicket, short mid on, deep mid wicket, short extra cover, and extra cover, and the mid off, 1 slip. So Walker picking up his first wicket in his second delivery of his new spell. He starts, flighted delivery, full toss, and that one is dealt with accordingly, hitting it straight back. And the first 6 of the innings, over mid-on, into the fence for 6, a very bad delivery there by Walker.
Definitely. And as a leg spinner, you have to get it right. And here it is, right arm leggy, over the wicket. And Yearwood, the new batsman in, taking full advantage of a bad delivery and hitting it over long on for 6. The first 6 of the innings for Guyana. That pushes the score up now to 87 for 2.
Well, as a new batter, I would welcome that delivery. As you see, another flighted delivery. Rushed him, pushed it back to him. I would have really welcomed that delivery to open my account as well. So, yeah, would get in a dolly, really. Getting a full toss, a easy thing to get off the mark with a full toss. That's the easiest delivery to put away anyway in cricket, as we know it. He's in flighted delivery again. That one is in the pad, the mid-wicket area, looking to get it through mid-wicket, but there's a mid-wicket, there's a short mid-on, there's a square leg, and also a deep mid-wicket. So he's bowling into the body of Yearwood, keeping things rather quiet for these last 2 deliveries after being struck for a 6-year at Arnos, straight back to open his account. Yearwood. This one is bowled outside here, some beaten. Keeper doesn't take cleanly. That brings the end of the over. Guyana 87 for 2 after starting the morning very positively. They're now 87 to 2, having a partnership of 49 runs between Ramnath and Caesar.
A beautiful comeback there by Walker, Martin. After being hit for 6 over long on, he bowled right on spot, and that last delivery is a beauty that beat the batsman all ends up.
Well, it looks like a googly. It went across the batter. He's bowling leg spin, so I'm noticing the field set as well. So he probably has a googly in his armory. that he just bowled. I have to look at him very closely to see what is happening with him.
Martin, the Guyanese have to be careful as they move up to this section before lunch. They have lost 2 quick wickets and they need to consolidate.
This one is short and he's pulling that. Would he get to that one? No, he doesn't. It goes over the fence. So Ramnath are getting a short delivery and he went on his back foot and pulled it through mid-wicket. We call that area cow corners, and he rushed into the fence before another loose delivery being dealt with accordingly.
Definitely, definitely. That deserved the treatment. It was short, and Ramnath, who is set from the beginning and now seeing the ball, is really punks on that one and hitting it for 4.
This one is just a little shorter on the off stump. Ramnath looking to punch it through extra cover. Didn't time it properly. The score moves up to 91. 91 for 2. Ramnath on 43. This one is a full delivery. He drives past mid-off. Getting down close to the... he touched it, but I don't think he had a great impact on it. It races into the fence for 4. So Ramnath showing his intentions here. It goes into the fence for 4. Another full delivery being dealt with accordingly.
Yes, unfortunately, the mid-off really missed that one. He should have stopped it, actually. He missed it, and there was no turning back. It went rushing into the fence for 4. Beautiful shot by Ramnath, who now moves on to 47, nearing that 50 mark, that half-century mark, and he has to be watchful as he continues his innings.
It's always a good thing to see when batsmen could dispatch bad deliveries like the way Ramnath is doing. This one is pitched up and he's heisting that one over mid-on. And his signals come from the umpire. It goes into the fence and Ramnath has scored his first half-century for this tournament. A very good knock from the youngster for Guyana. A brilliant knock by him and he went to it in style.
A very brilliant knock indeed. He was there from the beginning, as I said, all morning, and he has steadied the ship. He has seen 2 wickets tumbled, and he has continued his innings. He has been very patient. And again, another loose delivery, which he just has to come forward, and he drove and drove immaculately, and he got a boundary. Lovely shot. That brings up his half-century. The total is now 9 for 2. And here is Hines coming in to bowl, and this one he leaves alone. True to the keeper, no run.
So well played half-century there by Ramnath. He would give you his statistics in a while. As Hines continues, this one is short and he's been punished again. Short delivery outside the awesome on his back foot, Ramnath punching it through cover. He picks up 2 more runs. 2 more runs. That carries the score over 100 now to 101 Guyana. Bringing up the 100. He would give you the statistics in those 100 and the Ramnath 15 a little bit. But a well-played half-century by Ramnath and Guyana has gone to 100 for 2.
Well played, Guyana. Well played, Ramnath. Can I have noticed that Alex seems a bit uncomfortable now bowling from that end. He has started pretty well, but for some reason now, I don't know if it's the heat taking a toll of him out there, but his line was a little bit wayward in those last couple of overs. So he has to watch that, and with Ramnath, who is set, now brings up his half-century, he has to be very, very, very careful.
Well, Ramnath is set, and the loose delivery that he got away with earlier, Ramnath is not going to allow him to get away with those as Walker continues for Jamaica. This one is a full delivery. Drives it to the man at mid-off. Could have done better with that one. Really, as the umpire has a little bit of issue here with Walker. Seems as though he's infringing in that very sensitive area of the wicket. So he's been warned there by the umpire, and as he makes connection with the third umpire and also the match referee, and giving him a warning as to not to tread on that danger area. Continues down the leg side, misses. So a little bit of inconsistency coming into the bowling here of the Jamaicans. We had the fast bowlers who weren't as steady as they ought to be. The spinners now were bowling This one is our lovely flighted delivery. That's a better ball to be bowling. Brings him on his front foot. Punches it to the man at short, mid-off. The score is 101 for 2. 101 for 2. Ramnath is on 53. Lovely flighted delivery by Walker. Plays with a dead bat. So some good, interesting cricket here being played between these two teams. It's a very important game for these two. And they have won one, they have lost one. And qualifying for the next round is very important for both teams. This one is a full toss again. Not being dealt with accordingly. And really, he should be disappointed in himself there. But straight back to the bowler. A dot delivery. Keep building the pressure is important. Skipper Walker. Sanjay Walker. So that brings you over to an end. A very quiet over there for the Guyanese. A few deliveries could have been dealt with differently, but that brings you over to an end. Walker and Jamaica and Guyana here at Arnos. They are now 101. Guyana for 2 wickets. Just coming up to the lunch and interval another 10 minutes or so.
Yes, Martin, at 101 for 2, and indeed, the Jamaicans now are keeping the Guyanese under control now at this point in time. That last over, I think, was a very well bowled over, except for one delivery that's straight down the leg side from Walker. The Guyanese now have to consolidate and ensure that they do not lose any more wicket going into lunch. At 101 for 2. 49 is Ramnath. Sorry, Ramnath on 53, 53. And Yearwood on 6. Is there a change of bowling? Yes, we see a change of bowling at the southern end.
Number 20. As we get that name, he starts off spinner outside the off stump. Shoulder arms into the wicket-keeper's glove, the under 18. So Bedford has taken over the bowling from Hines. As he continues, this one is short and he's punching it through. Covers half stopped. He picks up one, comes back for a second. Edwards does the feeling there. So 2 more runs to Ramnath. That carries him to 55. His best score so far in this tournament. And Guyana would love him to carry on and look for that magical figure. With 2 zeros. Oh, how we would be happy to get to that. But he's a long way away from that. He's at 55. This one is short and he's pulling it into the fence. A hand goes above the head. 6 runs to Ramnath. A loose delivery by Bedford, and he's been smashed over mid-wicket for 6 runs by Ramnath.
Yes, Martin, a very loose delivery indeed, and Bedford bowling from the southern end doesn't seem to be getting it right, and Ramnath, who is set now, taking full advantage.
Shorter delivery this time. Score 109 for 2. The Guyanese 100 coming in 25 overs. So he's forward in the approved manner as the battle continues here at Arnos. Picturesque Arnos. It's flighted again on the onside. The ball, somebody hit somewhere in a no man's land. The ball between mid-on and mid-wicket, and it seems as though both players didn't know whether to go or whether to come. And a decision should have been made, but Ramnath survives. It fell in no man's land. The score moves up by 1 to 110. Morgie, I think that's a chance going a begging.
Definitely. There was just a lapse in concentration there from Ramnath. Actually, Martin, to get big scores, you need to really, really concentrate for long periods. And this is what the West Indies generally at the senior level would want. Well, they will want that at the junior level as well, at the under-19 level. They want batsmen who could, having get set, will continue to go on, concentrate and make big scores. But for that delivery, Ramnath been batting very well all along, but for that delivery, this is the first time I've seen him playing that low shot. And lucky for him, it ends in no man's land. But he continued to fight. He's on 62, and as it gets closer to the lunch period, he has to be quite watchful.
Well, as the sun leaves us for momentarily, a little cloud above our heads, skipper Walker, and he's forward in defense. Edwards is at mid-off, who does the feeling, just trots in 1-2 footsteps, feels that delivery. 110 for 2. Ramnath on 62. He's on strike. Delivery on the leg stump taken by the wicket keeper. Remember, we were playing 3 days cricket here at Arnos playing field. This is the West Indies, Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Rising Stars. Flighted delivery. This one is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Seems as though he was struck somewhere outside the off stump. Didn't see it clearly from my vantage point, but the umpire has the final say. He says not out.
Yeah, that was a well-flighted delivery, Martin, and it's inviting the batsman to, but he was rather casual on the shot and almost caused him his wicket.
It's Ramnath. This one he is well forward, as he ought to. You have gotten to a point in your batting is before lunch. You have batted very well so far. Continue batting. You have a long 2.5 days remaining. And that's what I'm talking about. Fully forward. Wait on the bat delivery. It would come. He has to be patient. He's on 62. He played a very good hand so far, except for that shot he played. He's whipping that one to the man at short mid wicket. Well fielded. That brings you over to an end. That brings the Walker over to an end as well. 110, a maiden over, being bowled by skipper Walker. And Guyana, 110 for 2. Just about 10 or so minutes, or from my watch, is like about 6 minutes for lunch. So just about another 2 overs or so before lunch. These batters have to be very sensible as they go about their duties.
Definitely. Their concentration has to be spot on. Beckford plugging away. Seems to be a very busy bowler. He takes no time to turn at his mark and go in at the batsman. The batsman has to be very watchful. He has been bowling. I think he can be the very trump card for the Jamaicans. So they has to be very watchful going into the last 2 overs before lunch.
So it's Bedford outside the off stump, and he's back and punches it to the man at short extra cover. Good feeling by him. Here what continues. The Guyanese striking the ball nicely. Just need to find the gaps. This one is now struck over mid-on. Between mid-wicket and the man at deep. Mid-wicket and the man at mid-on. He picks up another 2 runs. Looking to go aerial, 1 or 2 bounces. He has to be very careful to the off-spinner of that one that is held back and spilling off the edge. May scoop a catch to the man at cover there. He has to be careful. But he goes again, driving that one down to mid-off, sorry, long off. The man is deep on the boundary. Does the feeling, picks up another single. 114 for 2. So a pretty even game here between these 2 teams thus far. Past 2 hours or so. I think Guyana had played very well for the first hour. Jamaica came back, picked up 2 wickets, and another easy single here. So Jamaica picking up those 2 wickets, pulling themselves back into this game. But Guyana, even though they have lost those 2 wickets, they continue to bat well. They're 114 for 2. Compliments to Ramnath, who has 63 runs not out. This one is short, and he punches it to the man at short extra cover again. Finding the man here, Morgan, he just needs to play a little bit later to get that ball into the gap. He's trying to beat the lid off of it, as we normally say.
Rightly so. Rightly so.
See, left leaves that one outside the awesome. That brings you over to an end.
Martin, what I've seen from that last over, Wood seems to be, I don't know if he's thinking about lunch. He's not thinking about lunch as far as I see. He seems to be a very aggressive player. He's looking to score off every ball, and I don't know if he needs to, someone needs to tell him, his partner needs to comment to him that take it easy, we're moving into lunch, and then when we get back, we start again from there. But he seems to be very aggressive in his play, and he's very attacking every ball.
Well, as the skipper, Sanjay Walker, continues to ring the changes for Jamaica, the break, the first hour, caused the Guyanese their first wicket, and then the introduction of Walker, his second delivery, Dindal going for a loose delivery outside the house and putting it straight to the man at cover. They lost their second wicket. They are now 114 for 2. Ramnath, he's not out on 63. Skipper Walker would be bowling. Basically, I think this is the final over before lunch. There's one slip, silly point, shot, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg, deep, mid-wicket. Flighted outside the house, stump brings him on the front foot to the man at short extra cover. There's no run. So he'll be thinking a couple of things, but he just needs to bat, get himself through this period, get some lunch and come back again. This one is flighted on the pad. He looks to turn it. Makes contact, but only finds him on that square leg. Rising Stars on the 19 tournament, West Indies, as skipper makes another adjustment to his field. So it's flighted, and he took the speed off that one. It was very nicely, just flighting it just in his half, saying if you want to go, have a go. Tempting delivery it is. It's going again. This one's a little flatter one. Seems like the googly. So just a few more deliveries here before the luncheon interval at Arnosville as the sun comes back to us. This one is flighted on the pad. Finds him on the square leg again. As the encouragement comes from the dressing room of the Guyanese. They shout, keep batting, keep going. Short delivery, and he's back and just punches it to the man at mid-off. Does the feeling. The umpires move towards the center. Still, I think we have another over. See, so watches a little bit faster than the umpires.
Yes, it appears that they will have another over before the luncheon interval.
So we probably need to synchronize our watches.
We have seen that over, Martin, bowled by Skipper Walker. A very good over again, keeping the batsman in check. Again, the Jamaicans putting on the pressure on the Guyanese. And we see that spin is doing the trick for the Jamaicans, actually. The scoring has slowed down a bit. And as we go into the final over before lunch, we look to see what will take place.
This one is driven nicely back past the bowler. Picks up another single. So Yearwood. Stroking that nicely back past the bowler. Bedford, who's bowling his off spins. He's bowling to two left-handers. We have not seen, the only right-handers we have seen this morning is that of Dindal. He went back. This one is driven to the man at long off. Easy singles been taken here by these batters from Guyana. As they continue to roll on here. 115 for 2. even Stevens game here between these two teams. A wicket here would put things in the favor of the Jamaicans, but the Guyanese are doing pretty well. This one is driven again up to the man at short extra cover. See some clouds just coming overhead. This one is a faster delivery. Plays it easily. No run. .64 runs scored here by Ramnath. Another easy single at mid-off. So 3 runs so far taken in, it's over. No pressure on these batters. Easy cricket. Up and down. That is what I've been taught.
This is exactly what you want, Martin, going into the luncheon period.
Coaches
Playing the
would love
ball
to see
on
that.
its merit and getting the ball off the square.
Taking no risk. Ball and merit. Plays at one soft hands. To the man at short extra cover. The umpire hands the hat to Bedford. Goes to the stump, takes the bails off, and signals lunchtime. So at lunchtime, Guyana 115 for 2. 117 for 2 been just corrected by our scorers. We'll give you some statistics as the morning has progressed to lunch.
And indeed, it's a good session, Martin, for the Guyanese. And to some extent for the Jamaicans who started slowly and was able to pick up 2 wickets before lunch. When it all seems like the Guyanese openers would be batting right through to lunch, they were able to get the breakthrough. And now the Guyanese now settling and building on the score that the start that they had, and now 117 for 2. The weather is still good. Conditions are still good for cricket. And we await the resumption of play after lunch.
Right, so just to give you some updates as to what went on this morning, the first 2 hours of play. Jamaica won the toss and insulted the Guyanese. They are now 117 for 2. 117 for 2. We had an opening partnership of 49. 49 between Caesar and Ramnath. Caesar going caught for 19. Ramnath is still at the crease. He's not out on 64. Then we had Dindal joining Ramnath. He got a quick 15 from 20 deliveries. He went out to a loose delivery outside the arse from Walker. Second delivery of his spell. And at the luncheon interval, Yearwood is not out on 11. He has faced 20 deliveries so far. Bowling for the Jamaicans, Thomas. He had 6 overs, 1 wicket, 19 runs. Edwards, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, no wicket. Walters, he had 4 overs, no wickets, 24 runs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. And Hines, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs, no wicket. And Bedford, 5 overs, 1 maidens, 20 runs, and 1 wicket. At lunch, the Guyanese are 117 for 2 after being insulted. We'll be back with you in the next 40 minutes or so to continue coverage here in this game. Guyana versus Jamaica, round 3 in the West Indies, Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament, Rising Star. We'll be back here and hope you join us.
Hello everyone, we are back at the Arnosville playing field where Jamaica takes on Guyana in this Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament, contested as a 3-day format. We are coming to you live from the gorgeous St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I am joined by Mr. Sylvanus Horn for this post-lunch session here on the one.
Pleasant good evening to our viewers and listeners around the region. Welcome back to pictorious Arnosville as we look forward to another intriguing and interesting session from this match, Guyana versus Jamaica.
Yes, Jamaica won the toss and opted to bowl. Guyana in reply 117 for 2. Dismissed batters opener Tomani Caesar. He was LBW by Justin Beckford. And Mavendra Dindyal, he was caught in the covers by Sean Roy of the bowling of Sanjay Walker. Ramnath, who opened the batting, is on 64, and he's joined by Shamar Yearwood on 11. Both of them were pragmatic in their approach, ensuring Jamaica didn't pick up any more wickets before the lunch session.
Yes, on the bright sunshine here at Arnosville playing field, and we are seeing now Thomas with the number 42, the opening seamer for the Jamaicans, taking up the attack.
Yes, and he'll be bowling to Shamar Yearwood.
Yeah, and it's an interesting ploy here by the Jamaicans, because just before lunch we had a twin spin attack from both ends, but now they have reverted back to the opening bowler in Thomas.
Yes, and the first delivery is a no ball. It was walked off the pads. Well, should be a leg by. I'm waiting on the signal from the umpire. But yes, you generally see that with the red ball. Teams, they opt to start with the bowlers who they think is best to start the session. And Sherwin Thomas and Ryan Edwards being the two quicker bowlers in the team. You might see Ryan Edwards coming from the next end as well.
Interesting, yes. And Thomas didn't have a good first spell. We're hoping that in this session, I guess he's hoping to get his first wicket in this session, and let's see how well he does from this end, actually, bowling from the commentary end. We have seen some lift when Edwards was bowling left arm from this end.
So the session after lunch, you will expect both of the batters to be circumspect in their approach, just reassessing things, making sure they get their feet movement, getting their eye back in. And Thomas, on the other hand, and Team Jamaica, they'll be hunting for wickets because they won the toss this morning. They opted to bowl, and I don't think 2 wickets is what they would have had in mind when they won the toss and sent Guyana to bat. It's just a correction with the score. The score is actually 119 for 2. They got the no ball and the leg by. So Ramnath is on strike to Sherwin Thomas. Some sharp bongs from Sherwin Thomas. My co-commentator did mention Ryan Edwards. He got some bunks as well when he was bowling from this end.
Interestingly, Stacey, since the resumption of play after lunch, we have seen a change in the field in terms of the pace attack. We now have 1 slip. Of course, the ball would have gotten a bit older. The shine would have been off.
Not played convincingly there by Ramnath. So maybe some more short pitch deliveries will be bowled to him after the way he played that. He sort of ducked into the pole on that occasion, so not a convincing pull shot from Ramnath.
He got to get his eyes open. He has to be set after launch, of course. Now he stops the bowler as he runs in. But yeah, he needs to get set after launch. He needs to keep his eyes on the ball. It's a new session. It's a different session. After break, we have seen what had happened in the first session.
One is very much too wide, so easily left by Shamar Yearwood. So we see they're opting to go with a short pitch delivery ploy. We see they have a man at fine leg and a man at deep square leg. So a lot of short stuff. You might see a lot of short stuff in the over from Thomas.
Well, already, Ramnath is a very short man already, so bouncing at him, he must have get the ball up from a good height, actually. Bouncing at him doesn't really make much of a sense. What you need to do is keep the ball in the right areas, maybe tease him outside the off stump and, you know, inviting him to play the drive and get the leading edge or something like that, rather than hitting the ball into the turf.
Yes, the score is 120 for 2 at the end of the over. Just to remind you viewers, we also have 2 other games on today. Leeward Islands take on Trinidad and Tobago at the Cumberland Cricket Ground. Just on lunch, Trinidad and Tobago were 30-1. Leeward Islands opted to bowl in that game. And yet to get word on the game in Park Hill. Think we'll have a late start there. They had a late start in both of the games today. So no word yet on the game at Park Hill. I'm getting that they're going to be starting at 1. So the game at Park Hill between Barbados and Windward Islands will start at 1. Sanjay Walker, the captain, has opted to come from the Beckway end. And he'll be bowling to Rampatab Ramnath, who's on 64 not out. Some movement away from the left-hand batter. Interesting sign here at the Annisville Cricket Ground so far since the post-launch session. Well, since the beginning of the session. Oh, another no ball, overstepping this time from Captain Sanjay Walker. And the way the field is set, it appears as if they want to bait Ramnath into playing a big shot and probably holding out to one of the fielders in the boundary. So he has to be careful the way he goes about the rest of his innings.
Yeah, Walker is showing a lot of control from both ends as he resumes after lunch. He's bowling very well from the southern end.
Driven nicely, a bit uppish, just for 1. Beckford on the boundary there does Jordan Johnson, I apologize, on the long off boundary. Does a run around to his right and cut that off, ensuring it just stayed 2-1.
So far, Stacey, a wicket has not shown any devil in it. Actually, it's pretty placid. And once batsmen can concentrate and dig in, they should be able to get a lot of runs here.
Ooh, burst through the hands of Ryan Edwards at that short cover area from Shamar Yearwood, who has shown that he's a very aggressive batter.
Indeed, and he continues from where he left off just before lunch, and whether it's spin or pace, he seems that is just his natural inclination to play these shots.
It was a tough chance, but still indeed a chance that's gone down for Team Jamaica. At the end of the over, the score is 123 for 2.
Not a bad over at all. Force up after lunch from skipper Walker. Continue to plug away from the southern end with his leg spin. And he has been trying to keep the Guyanese under control. So far, as a wrist spinner, you have to be very much in control. And he has demonstrated that, leading from the front, bowling an impeccable line.
It was tough going for Jamaica in the morning session. They only picked up 2 wickets, so they need to make sure that they keep the energy up in this post-lunch session. I expected that delivery from Thomas. First 2 deliveries in the over were pitched up to Shama Yewood. On that occasion, he went for that bouncer, trying to get those men on the onside boundary in play.
Thomas is showing that he has some pace, but it's all good to have pace. But again, the captain will want you to put those balls in the right areas. Pitch it up a bit more.
Well, it seems Jamaica, they have a plan. They came out with some intent. They have a plan in place. The field is not set as attacking as you'd expect, but they certainly have a plan, and that's what they're working with. So far, these 2 batters with that short rising delivery into their body, they don't seem too comfortable. So that's a plan that Jamaica seems to be working on at that moment. Whether it'll be successful for them, it's left to be seen.
And you're so correct, Stacey. They haven't been handling the short pitch deliveries that well. But it's strangely enough, although they have a man on the hook for the hook, they should have had somebody maybe a shorter backward square leg instead, or leg gully if they're going to pitch the ball short. If that is the plan, outside of that, it's not going to work. You have to pitch the ball up and hope that you get the edge of the batter.
Yes, and I agree with you. You need to have that fielder somewhere close to around the batter so that, they'll think twice before they try to get high on deliveries and play it down. Instead, that might induce them to go for the pull or the hook. So you're quite correct, Mr. Hahn. At the end of the over, the score is 124 for 2.
Again, Thomas is showing signs that he wants to hit the ball into the turf. He's looking for pace. You can see he's bending his back and not getting the ball in the areas that his keeper would like, or he would like, actually. He's not really troubling the batsman, so to speak. And if he's going to get wicket, he's yet to get his first wicket. He needs to pitch the ball up. He needs to make the batsman play. In that last over, we have seen quite a number of short balls, and they were not troubling the batsman.
He's walked off the pads there. That's the first run off of Walker in this over. Yes, so you have to be careful as a left-hander to Walker. Traditionally, a leg spin in delivery will come back into you, but he has that ball that goes away from the batter, and he doesn't bowl it with a lot of pace as well. So you have to be careful because you might see it there outside the line of the off stump and think it's a good delivery to pull, but in doing so, you just might get a top it. So you have to be careful about that delivery. I've seen it dismiss some batters before.
So far, my observation, Stacey, is that the batsmen have been quite comfortable in playing straight. I have not seen anything like they want to hit across the line just yet, and I think that's the way to play. Walker. The idea is to play straight, and once you continue to play straight, play the ball on its merit, yes, the loose delivery will come. So then continue to concentrate and play straight. Walker seems to hardly give anything away. So you definitely have to wait for the bad ball.
Yes, Ramnath is playing him quite well, not going across him, and that's key. It's 125 for 2. The quick over ball by Captain Sanjay Walker. Yes, Ramnath is playing him quite well, so not going across the line, that's the best thing you can do against Sanjay Walker. Just keep playing him straight and playing him in the offside.
Yeah, it would appear that the strategy to attack the Guyanese is to have, as we say, prior lunch. They ended with a twin spin attack, but coming out after lunch, post-luncheon period, we have seen a pace and a spin attack. So that will cause the batsman to concentrate, or they have to concentrate very hard, and they have to deal with different bowlers and at different speeds. That too will call for some concentration.
Yes, and that field position you were calling for earlier, having somebody in that leg slip region, Stephen Wedderburn has gone into that position now.
Exactly. You're going to hit it short, and that one is there just for the miscue, just in the event.
That's what I like to see now, is somebody, with their helmet on in that short leg position. There you go, having somebody in that position there will put the batter in two minds as to whether I should go for that pull or if I should play it down. If he plays it down, the person there might be waiting on the catch. So he might just decide to play a hook or a pull shot. But there's nobody around him, so it's easy for him to just get on his toes and play it down into the ground.
Yes, in spite of the aggression we were seeing from Harewood, he's still not too comfortable. I'm not too sure if he's a good pull off the ball.
With time, we'll see the array of shots that these batters have to offer. It's still just about 20 minutes since the lunch period has gone. So I think these batters are still, in that assessment phase. They don't want to lose a wicket right now. So just playing the game situation well. So I must compliment these two batters for the way they've gone about things since the resumption.
Stacey, do you think that the wicket, as you see it from since the start of the game, is conducive to pace bowling? Because the ball is old now, and here is Thomas trying his work. Not seeing much pace coming out of the wicket.
Well, there's definitely some bounce in the pitch, and the Jamaicans, they've decided to use the bounce. That's why they've been bowling shorter to the batter since the resumption. The score is 125 for 2 after that over. Yes, so I guess that's their plan. They recognize that there's no movement on the wicket. It's not a lot of spin either. So they need to find a way to get a wicket. So it's reactive captaincy, in my opinion, trying to find a way to get a wicket, to walk on something, walk on the patience of the batters, probably. So I think, yes, they haven't gotten a wicket since the resumption, but they've found a plan and they're trying to walk on that plan. Yes, that's the delivery I was talking about earlier, Mr. Hahn. You see the way it moves away, but there's not a lot of pace on it. So well played by Ramnath. You see, he was looking to go across, but he just left it at the last moment. So good thinking from Ramnath.
Yes, it was a bit short as well, but it seems that once Walker, skipper leading from the front, is bowling, flight the ball, he seems to get more bounce and more turn, more drift.
Another no ball from Sanjay Walker. What he wouldn't want is to get a wicket while he bowls a no ball. So he has to be mindful of where he's landing his foot. And, you know, spectators hate to see spinners bowling no balls because they don't think a spinner should be overstepping because his stride is so short. A shot, not timed properly, out to the man at that mid-wicket area. Justin Walters.
We're definitely seeing some bounce and turn. Skipper Walker is getting.
This time he pulls that magnificently all the way for 6, hitting that Frank Thomas Pavilion. Magnificent shot from the young Shama Yewood.
Yes, exactly, Stacey. And this is what I would keep saying, that Walker has been bowling consistently well, except for that last delivery. And you just have to wait on the bad ball. And that is exactly what happened. It was a long hop, it was short, and it was just in the V, where Yewood would have pulled that over high mid-wicket for 6 on the Frank Thomas Pavilion. A lovely shot, deserved the treatment. Short ball, punished.
Yeah, the score moves up to 133. Thomas is going to continue to Ramnath. Beautiful. Gorgeous looking drive there from Ramnath. Will not have the legs to get to the boundary, but an excellent straight drive from the young man.
Yeah, this delivery was pitched up by Thomas. Full length, and Ramnath just coming forward with a straight bat and just push it straight back past the bowler for 2 comfortable runs.
Too short this time, and batsman got into an excellent position to pull that all the way for his first 4 since the resumption. So good going from Ramnath.
Excellent shot again. I was saying all along that Thomas, with his pace, he needs to keep the ball up. He's been looking for pace, he's been looking for something out of the wicket. Yes, we have some pace, but he needs to bowl right in the V. This one again was strikingly short, and Ramnath, who is set on his way to 74? 73.
Shot again, just missing the man at that leg gully area. He got in position early, swiveled and pulled Ramnath. Just not sharp enough, these bouncers, like what we saw from Thomas when he began his spell. They're sharp balls, but not sharp enough to be attacking the batter and worrying them.
Stacey, Thomas would be better advised with the ball being now no longer have the shine to look for some sideways movement. He should have seen that. I hope the captain picked that up, that he needs to pitch the ball up.
There you go, sharp bounce on that occasion.
Well, he seems bent on bowling short, and he thinks, and again, that was a well-directed short pitch, and if you're going to bowl short, exactly, body liners would work, as we see that one right on the body there, and Yearwood sort of fanning it off, but luckily he kept it down. No danger.
Yes, fair play from the Jamaican team members and the umpire as well, Jordan Johnson, just coming in there to make sure the batter was okay after that sharp bounce. This time he ducked under that delivery. Well, I agree with you to some extent, right? Because as I mentioned, yes, you say you want to see the ball pitched up, but with a wicket like this, that's not offering much to the bowlers. They need to try all the tactics that they have. At this moment, they've decided to go short. Until that fails for them entirely, then you'll probably see them trying something different. Yes, now and again, he can look to pitch it up just to see if it can surprise the batters, because I believe they'll be waiting on the back foot for that short pitch delivery. There you go. There you go. Pitch it up every now and again just to give that surprise element, because they are aware that your tactic is to go short. So you have to bring that different ball into play every now and again. So that pitched up delivery was right hand cue from Thomas and well dug out by Shema Yearwood. The score is 140 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad over again. Yes, you would have had mixed deliveries. We have seen some short pitch, one which was well directed at the Yearwood, which he fends off. And then he had a couple deliveries that was pitched up, which was surprise elements to the batsman and making him think. So that is the idea. Again, yes, I agree that he needs to use this pitch, the short ball sparingly, and the surprise ball, the Yorkers, the full length ball, and hope for some sideways movement as he pitched them up to bring him some success. He's yet to get a wicket, and I guess this probably must be playing on his mind.
Sanjay Walker has decided to make a change from the Beckway end. Jordan Johnson is going to take up the attack from the Beckway end. Lovely drive, but there's a field on the boundary. They're going to hurry back for 2. Excellent running from these two. Some intent being shown from Guyana. Since the first 5 overs, the first 3 overs, we're seeing more intent from the Guyanese batters in the middle.
Yes, and the concentration of the Guyanese batsmen is coming into play here again, and we have seen Jamaica trying every trick in the book to see how much they can break this partnership as the Guyanese batsmen, Yearwood and Ramnath, settles in. Stacey, it's so important to have support and encouragement in sports. We're hearing the loud applause from the Guyanese players, supporting their players, of course. And that goes a long way when you get in the support. I remember way back in my days of playing youth cricket right up to the senior level, national level. When your colleagues shout at you, you feel good. You feel good, and it helps in your concentration.
Misfield there from Captain Sanjay Walker, allowing 2 of the bat of Yearwood. So not ideal from Team Jamaica. Don't want misfields as well. The batters are already doing so well. You need to farm as many dot deliveries as you can on them.
Yeah, so far the Jamaicans were pretty okay in the field. Getting a little bit ragged now. Still a long day to go. Still bright sunshine, good weather conditions, good for cricket.
It's all of the deliveries so far in this over by Jordan Johnson has asked for the batters to come forward and drive, and they've done so quite well. Albeit they haven't picked up a boundary, but they're scoring runs freely in this over, mainly from those driving deliveries.
Indeed, and that's the strategy that the Guyanese batters needs to do. Keep the score thickened, wait for the short ball, play it on its merit, and keep their concentration. Bat for long periods, and of course, the outcome will be a very big score indeed. And look forward to see at the end of the day if Ramnath will get his century. He has been batting pretty well all day.
Oh, misfield by Jordan. Some confusion between the batters, but they get through for a single in the end.
Yes, I mentioned that before, and I don't know what is happening now, but somewhere the Jamaicans now are losing their concentration in the field, and the feeling has been looking real ragged. That ball played down to mid-on should have been, well, the bowler traced, and yet he thought he had it covered, and only to see that it eluded him and went further, resulting in a run.
Yes, 39 overs bowled. The score is 147 for 2. Ramnath is on 78 and Shema Yearwood is on 23. I just remind you of the dismissed batters. Tumani Caesar was dismissed for 19, LBW by Justin Beckford, and Mavendra Dindal was caught by Sean Roy for 15 of the bowling of Sanjay Walker. So Thomas will continue to Ramnath Ramnath. Shot, an exquisite placement from Ramnath between the man at leg gully and the keeper to pick up 4 more runs to add to the Guyanese total. The score now moves up to 151 for 2.
Clearly, Thomas has lost his line. Clearly, he has been trying to bowl body liners all day long, and he's not always getting it right. To me, it's really not what the captain is asking for, and he needs to get back on track with his line and length.
Short lifting delivery. Played a bit uppishly by Ramnath, but of course there's no one around the bat that can cause any danger or trouble to Ramnath. So he's free to just get on his toes and try to play that down as much as he can.
And Stacey, we're seeing that the Guyanese have the appetite for batting long. And in spite of the short pitch, that would have caused them some discomfort. They still continue to bat on.
Well, this format calls for batting long, you know, that 3-day format, what we want to see from the West Indians. We want to see players putting their hands up and batting long, not just for one innings, but the other innings and the other games that they play as well. And here we see Ramnath having lost 2 of his other batters, opened the batting for Guyana, and is doing just that. So pitched up delivery from Thomas on this occasion. So every now and again he slips in that fuller delivery to try and surprise the batter. But the ball before, we saw Ramnath getting on his toes and playing that. That's where a man at that short leg may have been. I'm still surprised they haven't opted to put a man close with this short line at a line of attack. This time he whips it off of his hips, and an attempt there from the fielder, Ryan Edwards, on a fine leg boundary. But he couldn't manage to stop that one. 4 more runs to Ramnath.
Stacey, again, I emphasize that this line of attack cannot be a strategy by the Jamaicans. I don't think they're happy with it. I don't think the captain could be pleased with it. That he has been trying to bowl body liners. His line has been wayward. He has lost it since the resumption of lunch. And he continued to stray. This is not the bowling that will going to help Jamaica.
Well, I do think it's a strategy, given how the field is set and the way the bowler continues to bowl. Whether or not it will work, that's the question that we should be asking ourselves. But it does seem to be some sort of plans that they had before lunch, into lunch, and now in this session that they're going to come out and bowl short to these batters, just by the way the field is set. But whether it will work, that's the next thing. So don't know if they'll continue with that line of attack, but Jordan Johnson, he's going to continue from the backway end.
Yes, but clearly it's not working. And if he's going to bowl short, he has to be spot on. He has to be well directed. And we have been seeing him down the leg side or too wide, and the occasional one right on target. So he has to be a little more consistent if he's going to bowl short at these batsmen. They're already diminutive in figure, so you have to be on a good length, getting it rise off a good length in order to trouble the batsman.
Short. Played to Sanjay Walker, who does the cleaning up in the cover area. Yes, and that's key. You have to be able to direct those bouncers.
That's a beauty.
You have to be able to trouble the batters in some way or form when you're bowling short pitch deliveries. Or else you'll either have them swaying out of the line of it, or there you go, runs will be scored.
That last delivery from Jordan spun back a long, long way.
And now some bonks.
Yeah. It's interesting. As the evening wears on, we'll see what happens here and how the batsmen are going to negotiate these spinners. Jordan is definitely getting some bonks now. It's important to see. He's coming off a very short run. Leg spinner right arm, bowling around the wicket.
Shot just missing the hands of Sherwin Thomas, and it crashes into the boundary for 4. So Yearwood and Ramnath, they're on the charge against these short pitch deliveries from Team Jamaica. And as a leg spinner, you don't need to be bowling that short to a left-handed batter. They'll put it away any time of the day.
Definitely so. But that was just the first bad ball we saw from Jordan. So far, his line has been pretty good. So we see how he responds to this.
Shot again, played out to the boundary, and that will be 4 more. So unforgivable is Shamar Yearwood to these short pitch deliveries. The score moves up to 163.
Well, if the Jamaicans going to continue to bowl short like that from their seamers and from their spinners, the Guyanese now are taking full advantage. They're taking full advantage of the short pitch, and we have seen 2 consecutive boundaries from Yearwood.
So at the end of the over, the score is 163. 2 wickets down. Ramnath is on 86, and Shamar Yearwood is on 31.
Yes, and that has been a very productive over for the Guyanese. 2 boundaries coming up. And the one before, they have been scoring very, very heavily after lunch. And the Jamaicans would want to curtail that scoring rate. So they have to watch that now. And as Ramnath continues his innings, he's now on to 86. And he's set and should have his eyes on making a century before the end of the day's out.
Yes. Ryan Edwards has a change in from the administrative centre end. Ryan Edwards, the left-hand pacer, is going to take up the attack from this end. Excellent running from these two. A lot of intent being shown here from Ramnath and Yearwood.
Yes, so far in the duration of the match, we have not seen any mix-up per se, and the running has been quite good. And this has been the hallmark of the Guyanese batsmen thus far.
Yes, Ryan Edwards has decided to go around the wicket. He did that in the last ball before in his first spell, the last ball in his first spell to the left-handed batters. Not something I've seen from him since the start of this tournament. But it shows that these Guyanese batters are making Ryan Edwards and Jamaica think differently in their strategies. Some confusion there, but no harm done for Team Guyana. Too full. Played out to the man at mid-wicket, but it just misses him. Sean Roy on a mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs added to Ramnath's score. And there we see the short ball almost causing the damage there. Well, fortunately for him, it just went over Sean Roy's head.
Yes, with the ball getting older and older, not much pace. It's a short ball dug in, and Ramnath getting onto the back foot and just clipping it over mid-wicket for a 6, indeed.
Given that short ball at the end of the over, Mr. Horn, what do you make of, would you prefer to see a short ball being bowled as a surprise delivery?
Definitely.
Or you just want it eliminated altogether?
Stacey, I think that this short ball should be your surprise ball. You can't. We've been seeing the short ball being bowled too consistently. By now, the batsman, it's easy to read what the bowler is going to do. So I think they should really use the short ball as the surprise ball and try to pitch the ball up. Try to pitch the ball up, and I think they will get results from it.
Yes, that might be the way to go. You saw that Ramnath was drawn into the shot on that occasion. Usually he was playing it down. On that occasion, he opted to just hit it as hard as he can. Luckily for him, it just went over Sean Roy's head. So maybe bowling the short pitch deliveries as an element of surprise might be the best thing for Team Jamaica.
Yes, and with the ball being 42 overs old, there's no need that you should be digging in the ball at this time of the day into the wicket. You should be really pitching it up and bringing the batsman on the front foot, inviting him to drive so that you will get the edge. That's what the strategy and the ploy of the Jamaicans should be right now.
The score moves up to 172. Ramnath, who's on 93, takes strike to Jordan Johnson. 7 more runs to get to 100 for Ramnath. Driven nicely. They hustle back. They're hustling back. Looks like they'll get two quite easily. Ramnath doesn't seem to be a batter that's too phased by his score. Seems quite compact and comfortable, a young man. So whenever a shot is on offer, he's going to play it. And he backs himself. He seems quite confident in the crease.
Definitely. He seems to be someone who concentrates for long and enjoys his batting. And the longer he stays at the crease, he looks like one who's going to give you a big score.
It's at the end of the over, 173 for 2.
Another productive over for the Guyanese. We have seen a few boundaries in the last over as well. And the Guyanese now are really settling into a big total, 173 for 2. 43 overs being bowled in the day's play thus far. We are seeing Edwards, one of the leading Jamaican bowlers, opening bowlers, yet to get a wicket, bowling from this end. He now will be taking up the attack again. And we see him bowling a few short pitches, which really didn't bring him any wicket, but a 6. Let's see what this over will bring. This one he is probing outside the off stump, and I think that is the way, that's the line he needs to bowl and get the batsman inviting him to play.
Short and wide on that occasion, not capitalizing on it, just getting a bottom edge to the man at that gully region.
See the Jamaicans urging their players on. They were a bit lukewarm when they came out after lunch, but now they're clapping and cheering on, hoping that they will get another wicket. And there it goes again.
Some work there for Weatherborn to do. Stops the boundary by signal by umpire Christopher Wright.
Both batsmen are left-handers, and I don't see the I don't know if it's that some bowlers don't like bowling to left-handers, but at this level of the game, you're a bowler, you have to be able to bowl to both left and right-handers, Stacey.
I don't think that's the case with Ryan Edwards. If you've seen him operate, he's picked up quite a few left-handers. Namely, so in the last game, he picked up that important wicket of Hakeem Ogist, and he's a prolific left-handed batter. So it's not really a case of not being able to bowl to a left-hander, because he's quite adept at bowling at right and left as well. That's Fuller this time. Yes, he's straying a bit in his line. He's not getting his lines correct. But, you know, as a bowler and a sportsman, you're allowed to have a day. You're allowed to have half a day where things don't really go your way. Yes, we're seeing for Ryan Edwards after picking up 4 wickets in the previous game. He's not having such a good day with the ball, but he can still make a comeback for Team Jamaica. It's another badly line delivery to end the over. The score is 176 for 2.
Yeah, another badly directed over from Ryan Edwards. The Jamaicans now have to look to their spinners as far as I see. It's not working for their seamers. The spinners would have done most of the damage, and I think if they continue with the spinners, they will get the reward that they're looking for. We saw Ryan Edwards at the start of today's game have about 4 start and stop runs. For whatever reason, I don't know if he was not comfortable. But then after he get into his rhythm, he settled down at the other end. But at this end again, there seems to be some discomfort again bowling from this end. He's just not getting his line and length right. But we are seeing Jordan now going to continue with his left arm, with his right arm leg spin around the wicket, bowling to Yewood.
Too short, pulled away just for a single. Ramnath held his head up high as to say, that could have been my century. That should have been my century. Should have placed that over the fence. But yes, something Jamaica has not done today is probably try and Ryan Edwards from the other end, just to see if that might. Some bounce on that occasion from Johnson. Yearwood going for an expansive drive. The ball just bouncing over his bat. Yes, just to try Ryan Edwards from the other end. He's a key bowler in their setup. He always seems to get a breakthrough when they need one the most. So just to try him from the other end and see if things can work out for him from that end, because he hasn't been quite successful from this end. They switched Thomas, who was the bowler that had the issues with the run-up at the start of play. And they switched him and brought him to the administrative center end. Full. Yeah, well stopped by Walker in a short cover region. Yeah, so they switched Thomas. So I just want to see how things might go for Edwards at the other end. Yes, that's the end of the over. Score is 177 for 2. Shema Yearwood is on 33. And Rampatab Ramnath is on 96. Just 4 away from that magical 100 figure. We've seen quite a few centuries in this tournament so far. Joshua Dawn from Barbados, he scored the first century. We saw a century as well from Stephen Wedderburn, who plays for Jamaica.
And that's a good over there from Jordan, that last over, testing over, making the batsman play, and that is what the captain, just what the doctor orders, and we hope that he continue to bowl like that to ensure that he gets a wicket. On the other hand, the batting, as Ramnath approaches his century, he's on 96, and show, as we say, the novice 90s, he has to keep his concentration going. So far, Stacey, I have not, throughout his innings, I have not seen a rash shot from Ramnath. So he has been concentrating all day. He seems to be one who can bat all day.
Shot not timed perfectly from Ramnath. It's getting that bit of a bottom edge on that occasion. Yes, he seems to be quite an organized player, the young man. The way he's gone about things for Guyana since the start of play. Not fazed by a lot. He just bats, and that's excellent to see from a young man. It's a bit short and wide. Yearwood, instead of looking to pull, he played it nicely, looking to beat the man at gully. Unfortunately, it went to the fielder.
It would have been nice to see Ramnath get his century. And then after that century, I think he has a repertoire of shots. We could see some fireworks later.
Slower delivery there from Ryan Edwards. Seemed to be a
Elbow.
back of the hand slower ball. Bit of a leg spinner from Ryan Edwards. So showing he too has variation. So good change up from Edwards.
Yes, we've seen something. Well, this is the first time I'm looking at him, and if he has that in his armory, he should have been using it a little bit more.
Shorter this time. Just walked off the pads from Yearwood.
That brings to the end of the 46th over. At the end of the 46th over, 179 for Guyana. And sorted by Jamaica, they have done well. Stacey, you would have said, losing only 2 wickets for the day so far. And Ramnath is still there from the start, leading the way. 197.
Since the introduction of Jordan Johnson, we've seen a bit of uncertainty from both batters since he's been introduced. Driven, but got an edge. Some work for Roy on the boundary. He does well to pull it back. It's a bit of bottom edge from Shamar Yearwood. I've been saying since Johnson has been introduced, he's asked some questions of the batter on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm impressed with his bowling so far. His length and line has been spot on. And he has the batsman thinking all along.
It was very full on that occasion, and Yearwood still wasn't able to get any runs from that delivery. It's not timing it as well as it does to the seam as it appears is Yearwood. Doesn't time it well when Johnson is bowling.
I like to see John Lawton giving it a bit more air though.
So at the end of the over, it's 181 for 2. 47 overs bowl in this Guyana innings so far. Rampatab Ramnath is on 97 and Shamar Yearwood is on 36.
Yes, and both batsmen continue to play well, both pace and spin, and they continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over, playing each ball on its merit, which is very important, and concentrate. They haven't lost their concentration to date. We have seen some patches of bad feeling by the Jamaicans. They would have been struggling in the bowling department as far as the seamers is concerned, but it's Edwards who will continue from this end. He yet to get a wicket, one of the leading opening bowlers, and we have seen from him some variation in the last over. We hope that we see that again.
It's a bit of a slow period here from both teams. You must expect that a batter is on 97. He's not going to chance his arms. He's going to wait on that bad delivery and pick up the singles where he can. Too short. Just get a single to take him up to 98. Umpire signal 1 for the over as well. Short delivery. So back to the short stuff. My co-commentator won't be too pleased with that.
Definitely, definitely. But as batsmen continue to bat, we have seen some confidence in the pull shots so far. I believe as Ramnath get closer to his century, he's growing in confidence with the pull shot as well, Stacey. There's a variation of the slow ball coming in from Edwards this time around. And I think Edwards is a hard trier. He's trying everything in the book. Still looking for his first wicket. Have been unsuccessful so far.
Yes, and although he hasn't been that threatening today, I'll continue after this. Ooh, beaten outside the half stump there. Seemed to be a variation as well from Ryan Edwards, but I'll continue what I was saying. Although he hasn't been threatening today, what's admirable about him is that it seems like when he runs into bowl, he thinks every delivery. He thinks about what he wants to achieve. He thinks about what he wants to bowl. He's a very hard-working young man, quite diligent. Yeah, he does try a lot. He tries a lot of things. Yes, sometimes you think trying less might be more successful. And that brings the end to the first hour of play since the lunch break. The score moves up to 182. And sorry, we're going to do first drinks break since the lunch break. And Rampatab Ramnath, he's on 98. Shoma Yearwood is on 36. So we're going to take a short break up here in the commentary booth, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Arnesville playing field, where this battle continues between Guyana and Jamaica. Third and fourth place at the moment on the table. And Guyana basically is having the best of Jamaica so far. They're 182 for 2, with Ramnath unbeaten on 98 and Yearwood on 36. You have a little bit of cloud setting in somewhat over Arnesville as we continue cricket here between these two teams. Guyana have played some very good cricket up to now. They had some very good partnerships, and I'm joined here. You're talking about partnerships. A good delivery to start just after the water break. Nice, beautiful delivery. My partner is Stacey Adams. Stacey, welcome back. No, I like to glimpse across and see you. It's good. It's good for the eyes.
All right, thank you for the compliment. And no ball by Jordan Johnson. We saw Sanjay Walker. He bowled 2 before. Another no ball by spinner Martin. You as a coach, I know you might not like to see this.
Well, they break rules now and again, you know, but you can't do it too often. If it's a shorter version of the game, you'll be punished. But this doesn't have such rules. It's a nice flighty delivery driven covers. He's very deep. So they took one on that. Really deep. But well played there by Yearwood. Sorry, it's Ramnath. He moves up now to Ramnath, sorry. He moves up now to 98. 99, sorry. Mixing everything up this evening. Probably at the lunch. I'm not too sure.
Maybe it's glimpsing across and seeing me.
Oh,
you said it.
This one is a flight to delivery. Some trouble here in calling between the wicket between Yearwood and Ramnath. That's a good one, Stacey. Keep it coming. So, just to remind you guys that you're looking at cricket at Arnesville playing field. Good delivery outside the house. I'm taken by the wicket keeper. These two, they came together. They are now 102 partnerships, 103 between these two. Really good batting by Yearwood and Ramnath. Short delivery outside the house. Punch to the man, a short extra cover. Still no run. 184 for 2. I think this is the best day so far that Guyana has gotten in this tournament, and they're really making full use of it. Flighted delivery, and this one is driven firmly to the man at cover. That brings you over to the end after the water break, and Ramnath is now not out on 99, and Yearwood on 36. Guyana 184 for 2. A really good position Guyana have placed themselves into here, Stacey Ann.
Indeed so, off the back of Ramnath, who's batted excellently for his team so far. And what's important, or what I've seen here from Guyana, is that they've batted in partnerships. We see the first wicket was for 49. I think the second wicket partnership was about 40 odd, if I'm not correct, or 30 odd. And 49, this for the second as well. And then these two putting on 100 plus. So really good from Guyana so far, making sure that they don't lose wicket in clusters. So excellent stuff from Guyana.
So Edwards will be bowling from our end, the commentator's end. So outside here, somebody's turning it. Ramnath is looking for that special single.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
He's been denied, but the man on short mid-wicket. So Edwards looking for a scalp here, but Ramnath, who have batted sensibly, positively, smartly from morning. He's still there at the crease looking for that special single to get to that magical figure with the 2 zeros. Edwards outside the off stump. Teasing delivery, one slip, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and the fine leg. Ramnath looking for that one, looking for that special one to get to that magical figure for 100. Edwards looking to deny him. The battle is on. short, and he pulls that one to the man at short. I mean, the wicket again. Being denied of that single.
Yes, they call it nervous 90s for a reason.
So his partner here would cause him down to the wicket, would have some words of encouragement for him, say, be patient.
Yes, that was good from Yearwood.
Be patient, don't fight it. Take your time, you've been batting well all morning. Just be patient, be selective. Edwards, this one is pitched up and he's still looking for that single, looking to charge. He looks like Usain Bolt in his starter's blocks, ready to go as the gun goes off. But he has to be patient.
Yes, and I was saying they call it nervous 90s for a reason, Martin. You see
The 4 deliveries have gone so far, and he's looking rather jittery. This one is short, and he pulls that nicely. And the big shouts from the pavilion now comes up. Ramnath has scored 100 in this, the third round, as he raises his bat and points it to the gallery and to everybody in the stands. The stands are bowing, you know. Great knock by him. Well done to the youngster, Stacey, and well done to him. Well done to Guyana. Good for West Indies cricket.
Yes, indeed so. And he's been quite domineering and proficient in the way he's gone about his business this morning into this afternoon. So he, as I mentioned before, he looks quite an organized batter. And so superb stuff from the young man, and great concentration from him. An excellent display from the bat of Ramnath this morning. He has shots all around the ground. He's driven superbly, he's pulled well, and his patience has been a great exhibition of his batting so far. So brilliant stuff from young Rampatab Ramnath. This is his 4th century in this tournament. Doing well for his team so far.
Great innings by the youngster, 185 for 2. Congratulations to Ramnath. Congratulations to the coaches and the people who have gotten him to this level. He has proven to be worthwhile. So Guyana, 185 for 2. As I said, this is probably the best the Guyana have had in this tournament so far. Best batting performance from my recollection. 185 for 2. This we now have a partnership of 105, 104, jumping ahead. 104 between these two. Really good partnerships. As we continue here at Arnos Vale, short delivery being punched to the man at short extra cover. So this is the 3rd century in this tournament. Stacey flighted outside the or stump and he pounces on that one. A really fine shot by him. It was flighted outside the or stump and Ramnath on his front foot, bisecting the field. No man really moved into the fence before. And Arnos Vale is not a small park, but it raced over the outfield for 4.
Yes, superb shot from the young man, hitting it up and over that man there at that cover region.
So again, short, punches it to the covers. He's looking for a little bit of trouble, but the right hand of the umpire comes out and signals that he has bowled a no ball.
Yes,
so he has been infringing all since his spell.
Yes, the no ball came by way of him knocking the bails off at the non-strikers end. For those of you new to the game or haven't been following the new rules of the game, when you hit the stump at the non-strikers and as a bowler, it will be called a no ball, and that is what happened.
And find that gap again. He's looking for one. Easy 2. Stroking the ball very nicely. 2 runs to him, 192. 192 for 2. Ramnath moves up to 102. Ramnath on strike, continues. This one is short and he comes back and plays it nicely. He's growing in confidence, but his confidence has gone from 1 straight up to 100. It's now 106. Growing in confidence. So that's a really big plus for him. Flighted and he stylishly comes behind that one in the approved manner. Is that the approved manner, Stacey? I don't think that the coaching manual will tell you to do that. So Ramnath still on strike. 192 for 2. Guyana. He punches that to that man at extra cover. Who feels that brings you over to an end. So 192 for 2. Ramnath 106. And Harewood 36. Excellent position for Guyana just after lunch. We see Jamaica. They won the toss this morning. I think they're pretty much disappointed with themselves thus far. They insulted Guyana. And this is a match where the winner could move on to the next round, really, and climb up the table. So first innings in this game is critically important because these two teams, Guyana and Jamaica, they are third and fourth. So the winner of first innings would go ahead. And we have Barbados who's leading the way and the Leeward Islands. And this tournament is played on a points basis. So the person who's coming out with the most points after this round goes to the finals. The two first teams, that is, they will go to the finals. So a change of bowling here. Left arm spinner, that's one is short outside here, or some spinning to the keeper. He was looking to cut that. It went over the bat into the keeper's glove. So Hines comes back into the attack. Second delivery, flatter. Pushes him back on his back foot. That is Harewood. Plays it to the man at short extra cover. So the Jamaicans just there. Not much chattering from them. The Guyanese have done well. Flighted delivery. He looks to stroke that back pass. The bowler Hines says, no, I'm here in the way. Some encouragement comes from the number 3 at short extra cover. Hines, this one is flat as well. It's not giving it much air. 192 for 2. Harewood, he's looking to get another 24 runs. Important, he's choking that back pass. Hines, he gets a single again. The Guyanese camp has been very lively this morning from the beginning of things. They have been cheering on their players and they have not stopped. It has proven to be very fruitful. One of their players have marched on to 106 and the other is now on 37. Harewood and Ramnath. Sorry. These names keep putting it up in so many different ways, you know. So that brings you over to an end. So 193 for 2. 193 for 2. And Guyana really in a strong position here. I will mention it again. They haven't had some of the best days in this tournament so far, but today is really a good day for them at 193 for 2.
Yes, quite surprising the way they lost to Leeward Islands in Park Hill after they won that game so convincingly against Trinidad and Tobago at that same venue. So it was quite surprising to hear the results they lost within 2 days of that match. So a good comeback from Guyana.
Flighted delivery and Harewood is driving powerfully. Picks up another single. Partnership now moves to 107. Sorry, it's just corrected by a scorer from that beautiful island that we see in the back way. 113. 113 between these two. Dominated by Ramnath. He's on 106. Harewood is on 38. Guyana 194 for 2. Flighted and he drives, hitting the inner portion of the bat, finding the man at mid-wicket. So good flight there on that delivery. That's what you want to see from your spinners in this aspect of the game. Giving it some air, calling the batsman out, let him come and play. Giving himself more opportunity to get a wicket. He plays that one straight back to the bowler. Solid bat. Ramnath continues to battle here for Guyana. This one is outside the yard. Somebody left that alone into the keeper's glove. So with such a wonderful platform being laid for the other Guyanese batters, these two looking to carry it as deep as possible, they should be getting in excess of 250, 250 plus. They are 194. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties as his backhanders pulls that to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, who picks up and throws it into the field to the bowler. That brings you over to an end. And solid position here for Guyana. Solid position, 195 for 2. Ramnath 107 and Harewood 38. They should be looking to get to at least 300 plus today, Stacey Ann.
Yes, they'll definitely push for that. They're in an excellent position to do so. At the moment, Harewood and Ramnath, they're still being circumspect. They're putting away the bad deliveries. They're playing on the merit, which is what is called for at this point in time.
Hines, short delivery, and Ramnath is out caught. A short delivery by Hines, and Ramnath went for the pull and only finding the man at short mid-wicket who has been finding all morning and hits it straight to hands. And he's out caught for 106. And Guyana have lost their third wicket, that of Ramnath. He scored 106. Well played to the youngster, but Jamaica has strike.
Yeah, the shot was definitely on. I just lacked the elevation to get it over Justin Beckford at the short mid-wicket area. But an excellent innings from Ramnath comes to an end. A young man, he should hold his head up high. See, he's still disappointed with the way he got out, but he played a brilliant knock for his team. Domineering and proficient knock, as I mentioned earlier. So, excellent knock from him. He continued to raise his bat as a new batter. He's made his way to the middle. Yeah, the claps are resounding. That's coming from the dressing room, rightly so, from Team Guyana, appreciating the knock of the young man. He did a brilliant job for his team. The score is 195 for 3.
Right, so 195 for 3. That brings Judah to the crease. He would now join Harewood, who's on 38. So he needs to start. We were just speaking of partnerships and getting to that total of 300 plus today, but they have lost a wicket. So Jamaica has strike back. The important wicket of Ramnath. He has gone for 107. Well played to him. Guyana 195 for 3. For those in Bordeaux and Essequibo and those places, they should be very happy with the youngster. This is an island that has produced a lot of West Indian batters, classy batsmen, you know. So this is something that have been with the Guyanese for years. So good bowling here by Hines. He has picked up the wicket of Ramnath. So Judah and here would continue things here for Guyana as the sun has left us momentarily. As there's some little clouds that is coming around. We had some dark clouds over Beckwith just a while ago. Those have gone. So the cloud is just drifting to the mainland somewhat. Sun has left us for a little bit. This cricket continues here. Hines, flat. He's not tossed in the ball as we're accustomed to see those in the 3 days format, 4 days. He's flat. Again, flat delivery with some pace on it, squeezing it to the man at backward point. Keeping things tight is Hines, looking for another scalp. So short and quicker delivery into the pads, just turned off his hip there to the man at short mid-wicket, the number 3, that's a skipper. 195 for 3. A good wicket is for the Jamaicans. They have just taken a very important wicket. All they need to do now is keep the pressure on the Guyanese and try and pick up a few more wickets before tea.
Yes, indeed so. So these two batters, namely mainly Zachary Joda, who has just joined Shamar Yearwood in the wicket, will have to be a bit more watchful before tea. Have to be more watchful, play the situation, and see how much they can get up to tea, and maybe post tea, they look to press on the accelerator to take them up to 300 plus today. Having said that, if Jamaica pick up some wickets, it will definitely slow the scoring rate of Team Guyana.
Nice flighted delivery again. As he continues to bowl his leg spin. A shot on his back and punches it to the man that's short. Extra cover. He doesn't feel cleanly. Gives away a single in the end. So Yearwood goes up by 1 to 39. That brings Judah to face his first delivery from this leg spinner. Guyana now 196 for 3. 196 for 3. There's a backward point, a slip, cover, short extra cover, mid off, square leg, mid wicket, short mid on, short mid wicket. This one is flighted outside the off stump. Beautifully flighted, well taken by wicket keeper. Sharp work by him there outside the off stump. And skipper rings a little, cause some changes there. He's look like he's adding an extra slip. That ball bounced and turned, so immediately he made some changes to the field. That's good to see. He's in flighted outside the off stump. He tries to get that one in the mid wicket area. Keeper does the feeling. Trying to sneak a little single there. Is Judah. Still trying to get off the mark.
Yes, and Jamaica should make the most of this opportunity. It's a new batter in the wicket. It's an opportunity to put some pressure on him and Guyana and pick up another wicket before tea. Another wicket could easily result in another wicket falling as well before tea, picking up 3 before the tea break. So it's an opportunity for Jamaica just to slow things down for Guyana.
And there's the old saying, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4, 4 brings 5. So that's how it goes. So we have 3, so 3 bringing 4. But there's a little bit of exchange in the middle between the Jamaicans. The Guyanese just getting some refreshment. I'm sure probably a change of bat as well as they continue.
As the score is 196 for 3, Shamar Yearwood is at the wicket, and he was joined by Zachary Joda after Ramnath was dismissed for a brilliant century.
So Hines will continue to bowl his leg spin, left arm orthodox. Flight till outside the awesome drive and misses. Keeper doesn't collect cleanly. This is not the first time you have seen the keeper not collecting cleanly for the morning. He has missed a couple of balls down the leg side. He has not collected cleanly on a few occasions. Hines again outside the off stump, drifting back to him. No run, 196. So the run's not so easily gotten at this time. This one is now chiefing up. This field there by the bowler. Picks up another single. That's Yearwood.
It's quite interesting. Since the start of his over, 3 firm drives was played by Shamar Yearwood. So that's interesting. His score moves up to 40. So not sure if Guyana would look to press on the accelerator just a little before tea. I was thinking after the tea break they might look to do so, but those 3 form drives may be signaling some different intentions.
So he's looking to whip that off his pads. Looks stylish. The left arm orthodox. It's coming around the wicket to Judah. This one is flighted, he's on his back foot. Punches it back to the bowler. As this battle continues, first inning is very important here to get Guyana has a solid start. Flighted outside the off stump, taken by wicketkeeper, brings you over to an end. 197, just one single from that over. So things are getting a little tight here for the Guyanese with the loss of the wicket of Ramnath for 107. Scoring rate has dropped somewhat. The bowlers are bowling rather tightly for the Jamaicans. They cannot allow things to get away from them here. They need to keep the Guyanese in check. Need to take a wicket or two just to get themselves back into this game. If they don't, then they would be chasing a very big target at the end of the day, and they would be under pressure from the Guyanese. Seeing outside the off stump, and he punches that nicely to the man at deep cover. Still no run, keeping things tight. Pressure. Dot balls. Very important. Flighted. Tuck that one to mid-on. Picks up another single. 198. 198.
Yeah, he tried to hit that ball rather hard, Martin. All his weight was back in the shot, unfortunately, so wasn't able to hit it as hard as he wanted to. But should have looked to use a timing rather than power on that occasion. Young Yearwood. Joda is now on strike. And yes, they have two slips in place, but I'll also like to see somebody in front of him or in sort of that back pad position, just to make him feel like he has to play a shot.
This one is just punch. He's calling for a single. Some good feeling. I agree with you, Stacey, and put the pressure on the batter. Try and cause him to think differently.
Yes, he hasn't scored since he's come to the crease, so that pressure as well added on.
So he's flighted and he's coming forward and drive positively. He looks confident. Driving to the man at mid-off. There's a short extra cover. Cover, extra cover, backward point, two slips, waiting. Flighted outside, just bouncing somewhat, taking his bottom hand off of the bat, playing it softly to the man at short mid-wicket. Flighted and he drives to the man at extra cover. That brings you over to an end. One run from that over, so another good over being bowled by him. 198 for 3, Guyana. 198 for 3. And things have slowed down somewhat here for the Guyanese after having scored so much runs between Yearwood and Ramnath. As the sun comes back with us, the clouds have gone over our heads. Yeah, Beckwith, I think Beckwith probably had a short shower. They would welcome that. The people, folks in Beckwith, beautiful place to be. Hines, flat outside the off stump. It's a good thing to run away at least for this station and go to Beckwith, Lower Bay. Lovely place. Full delivery driven back to him. Full toss. Sun is blazing down here in Arnos. Good delivery driven to the man at deep cover. Good feeling, keeping things very tight. Very tight. Another one, just pushing it back to him, Hines. Hines has kept things rather tightly here. He has picked up a wicket in the process. Big wicket of Ramnath, 107 he got for the Guyanese. Outside the off stump, there's a big swing. He's looking to drive that outside the off stump. And the oohs and the ahs went up into the keeper's glove. And his partner, Judah, now comes on and have a word with him.
Yes, a good little period here for Jamaica since that wicket of Ramnath. So a good little period, something is happening for Alex Hines when he bowls to Yearwood, and he's opted to bowl a fuller length to him. So one slightly shorter, but he's opted to bowl a fuller length to him in that over, and resulted in a bit of oohs and ahs around the bat. 198 for 3, well, 58 overs bowled.
Well, 41 of those runs have gone to Yearwood, 109 Ramnath. They had 113 partnership, and prior to that, Ramnath and, to remind me of his name, the opening batsman,
Tomani Caesar.
Both of them got 49 together. Had some good partnership, and that is important in this level of cricket, 3 days cricket. You have to have batters batting in partnership, same as the bowlers. They have to bowl in tandem as well. Short delivery, and he's looking to pull that through square leg. It's running close to the fence. Would it get there? Yes, it does now. Short delivery. He pounced on it on his knees, pulled it through square leg into the fence for 4. So 4 runs to him, and that brings up the Guyanese 200.
Yes, drag down delivery from Johnson on that occasion, and Joda was new to the crease, was yet to get off the mark, got a drag down delivery, and any batter will welcome that as he gets off the mark with his first 4.
Yes, a bad delivery there to Judah, and he didn't make any mistake in executing that. He did it well. So Johnson would continue, flight it outside the off, some better delivery. That's a field that is set for you. 2 slips, backward point, square cover, extra cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid wicket, and a mid on. Tight field here. That's where you should be bowling, just on the off stump. Again, short on his back and pulling, brilliantly fielded by the man of short extra cover. So some excellent cricket here by the Jamaicans. They have come back in somewhat way, except for that bad delivery that was bowled by Johnson. They have bowled some good deliveries. They have kept the Guyanese in check, and they continue to do that. Flighted outside the off stump, bouncing and turning.
Yes, it's quite a well-set offside field, heavily packed offside field. That would suggest that what the captain is asking of Johnson is to pitch it up and inducing that drive.
Flighted and driven back to him. Another good delivery. So some good cricket here by the Jamaicans. They have not left the Guyanese to run away with things. They say that we are still in this game. Flighted outside the off stump. Overcome to an end. So 202 Guyana, just before tea or so. Tea is around the corner. We're not too sure who's doing the dropping or who's picking up. But I know tea is around the corner somewhere. So these guys would have that in there, that at the back of their minds as well. And also getting as much runs as possible, remaining positive. That's what they have to do. They have gotten a very good start in this game, and they need to continue pressing home the advantage. But Jamaica, they're looking to make some inroads into this batting, pick up a few more wickets, get themselves back into this game. And this one is outside the off stump by Hines. He has bowled some good deliveries, keeping things tight, picked up the key wickets of Ramnath. He's not giving away much from his end. This one is straight, fast, flat.
Yes, and he bowled a threatening over to Yearwood the over before. He's getting one to narrowly miss the outside off stump.
Outside the awesome, hitting the outer portion of the bat, coming forward. Didn't carry to the man at first slip. Stopped it.
Yes, and he's continuing to be threatening to Yearwood. He's mixing up his pace quite well, the young man, Hines, and that seems to be causing some problems for Yearwood.
Yearwood is driving to the man at short extra cover, knocked down.
Yes, varying his pace is Alex Hines, and that's doing the trick right now on this wicket, the pace variation.
This one is driven again to the man at short extra cover, fielding by the skipper, who has placed himself right there. He's doing a lot of work, diving left, going right. Rather busy. This one is driven back to him, Hines, tight like a wedge, as we normally say, not giving anything away at all, keeping the Jamaicans still in this game. They keep fighting, they keep plowing away. But the Guyanese are 202 for 3, a brilliant knock by Ramnath, 107. He was out, caught at mid-wicket after bowling of Hines. After that wicket, they have not scored as frequently as they were scoring prior to his dismissal.
Yeah, second back-to-back maiden over from Alex Hines to Yearwood. So he has been causing some problems to Yearwood, and the young man has picked up that line and he's bowling his variations as well. So good thinking overs from Alex Hines so far.
So as the Guyanese continue to press home the advantage that they have given to themselves, Johnson continue to bowl from the Beckway end. He will be bowling to Yearwood, who's unbeaten on 41. He's been there for a little while now. Flighted, bouncing delivery. Wow, that one was close to the stumps. Threatening those stumps is that ball.
Yes, and also narrowly missing the outside edge of that bat. But he's had enough. He's decided to hit this one over cover. Just missing Ryan Edwards, who's filling in that cover area. He's decided to pull out a big shot here. Yearwood, after being bogged down by Hines at the other end, and now Johnson causing some issues to him as well.
Well, it's been said that pressure bust pipe, and Yearwood almost fall to that old saying. It was pressure created by bowling tightly, not giving away anything, and he went for that shot and got the inner portion of the bat, the outer portion of the bat, and went over the man at short extra cover. Johnson outside the off stump, he's cutting and finds the man at cover. So there's a thick covering there outside the off stump. 2 slips, backward point, square cover, extra cover, short extra cover. Flighted, driven to the man at short extra cover. Knocks it down. There's a mid-off, mid-wicket short, and a mid-on. So Johnson bowling into a very tight offside field. He's saying to Yearwood and Judah, if you have to get through that, you have to be very good. So that brings you over to an end here. Guyana 204 for 3. And Judah has joined Yearwood. He is on 5. Yearwood still on 42. He's been in that era of 40, 42 for a period of time now. He's just played a rash shot, just going over the head of the man of cover. So he's losing his patience somewhat, but he needs to just bat until he gets himself back into this game and take control again. But Guyana's batters has done very well this morning. Placed them in a solid position, and they should continue doing so and put a very good target on the board, 300 plus, bat once in this game, and put the Jamaicans under pressure. Hines outside the off stump. It's been tight.
Yeah, he won't be looking for two on that occasion because Hines has been bowling really well to him. So getting a single and getting off strike is the right thing to do from Yearwood. But Hines being a left arm spinner, he won't mind bowling to a right-handed batter as well.
Indeed. Fancies himself bowling to the right-hander side outside the off stump. And Judah seems to be very comfortable on his back foot. Very, very comfortable on his back foot. So he keeps just easing back again on the back foot and plays it with a straight bat. Back to Hines. I think he needs to take a little pace off of that ball. Bring Judah forward.
Yes, his first initial movement seemed to be back, Zachary Judah. So Hines, he'll need to keep bringing him forward as much as possible. Just take him out of his comfort zone.
That's better. That's a better line. Bringing him on the front foot. That's what we want to see him do. He has a man at short, extra cover. Cover, backward pointer, slip. Bring him on the front foot. It's flighted and he's on his back foot again, punching it up. And that brings Hines over to another Hines over to an end. So some quick overs been bowled here by the Jamaicans, keeping things tight and tidy. 205. 205 for 3. Judah on 5. And Harewood on 43 for the Guyanese. So just some refreshments being brought to the players from Guyana, their 12th man. Keeping those guys hydrated, water, as per usual. So 62 overs have been completed for the day thus far. We have a maximum of 90, so another 28 overs to be bowled for today. Flighted and Yearwood driving it back past the bowler. The bowler didn't feel, that's Johnson, didn't feel to his bowling properly, so he eventually gave that single away.
It's just about 12 minutes or so to go before that tea break. So a bit more forbearance, a bit of forbearance need to be shown by both batters to make sure that they don't give Jamaica a wicket on the eve of tea, sorry.
Johnson. Judah wasn't ready. So he has to start all over again. Flighted outside the off stump and Judah comes back on his favorite back foot and punches it to the man at cover. Again, that's where he should be bowling. Bringing him on the front foot, but he played that with a full face of the bat, right back to the bowler. No trouble at all. Flighted, just a little turn, a turn slowly. Johnson, he keeps going. Judah, he keeps batting for Guyana, 206. 3 wickets. Again, he's on the back foot. Good cool weather for cricket. Flighted outside the house. Some people's driving on missing. Keeper doesn't collect cleanly. That brings you over to an end. A maiden over, been bowled there by Johnson. So we see the Jamaicans pulling things back here somewhat. Bowling a few good overs to these batters, keeping things in check. And this is what they should be doing here on in up until tea, until after tea, and try and squeeze a wicket or two to get themselves back into this game this year.
Yes, the spinners, they've been operating well in tandem with each other. But if I was a captain, I'll be tempted to give myself an over or two just before lunch, especially before tea. Sorry, I don't know why I keep talking about lunch, Martin. Just before tea.
Probably an exceptional lunch. So it keeps coming back to your mind.
Something like that. Yes, but before the tea break, what I was saying, if I was a captain, I'll give myself a spell of bowling, especially to Joda, because he bowls a bit slower than Johnson. Johnson has been bowling well. He's been bowling really well, but he skids on a bit more in comparison to Sanjay Walker, who's a bit slower through the air. So I'll be tempted to give myself a try to Joda just to see what he does to Walker before tea.
Outside the off some, there's a peel, sort of stifled appeal by the first slip and the wicketkeeper. No real conviction in that appeal. As we see, trees are not waving in the back. There's a little breeze trickling across the ground, covering up top, beating outside the off stump.
So Hines definitely causing some issues to Walker. He's been bowling really well to him, and that's what I was saying about Hines. Usually when he starts his bowling innings, it takes a while before he gets into his walk, but when he gets into his walk, he's quite a handful to deal with, and that's what we're seeing here at the moment as he does battle with Shama Yearwood.
It's good. It's going to be a trouble.
Quick single take.
Hits.
Direct hit could have been some trouble. But such is the issues being caused by Hines. You see Yearwood scampering through for a single. He's down at the non-striker's end. Signaling umpires has called for physio to come out. As he went down, I'm not too sure if he was hit by the ball or he pulled something on his way through to take that single.
The ball was taken by the bowler, so he's grabbing onto his leg. Yeah, he's grabbing onto his leg. Yeah, he's grabbing onto his leg, so he's having some discomfort somewhere as the physio comes to render him some attention. He's bouncing around there. As the physio attend to him, Guyana this morning against Jamaica, the toss was spun. Just to remind the listeners, the viewers, you're looking at Cricket West Indies on the 19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 3 days tournament. The Rising Stars, they are here in St. Vincent. Just to remind you of proceedings that went on earlier. The Jamaicans, they won the toss and they inserted the Guyanese. The Guyanese are now 207 for 3. That was because of a wonderful knock by Ramnath. He got 107. He got out for 107. And his partner, who's still at the wicket, Yearwood, he has 45 not out. Earlier, Caesar and Ramnath, they got 49 together. But some very solid cricket being played by the Guyanese here against the Jamaicans. Both teams are locked at 3rd and 4th. So a good first innings here by any team could put the other team under some serious pressure going into the next round. Those points are very critical.
Yes, indeed. So the dismissed batters are Tomani Caesar. He made 19. He was LBW by Justin Beckford. Mavendra Dindyal, he was caught by Sean Roy of the bowling of Walker for 15. And Rampatab Ramnath with a brilliant 107. He was caught by Justin Beckford after bowling of Alex Hines. So we're about to continue things here in the middle. Seems to be a bit of cramp, maybe some cramp from the young man. He's up and he's ready to continue.
So he's been attended to by the physio, Bergen, doing some medical, issuing some medical attention to Herwood. It is. As Johnson continues to bowl for the Jamaicans, they have been bowling tightly for the past 5-6 overs or so, creating the pressure. We know what normally happens with breaks in this tournament so far. So maybe this break may work for the Jamaicans or against them. I'm not too sure. Left to be seen as Johnson tosses the ball from hand to hand. He'll be bowling to Yearwood. This one is flighted and immediately there's an appeal. Stifled appeal. So the off stump bouncing, pulled away from that late, but good judgment on Herwood's behalf. So good bowling by Johnson, getting some assistance from the wicket. Slighted and he's driving to the man a short extra cover, finding him regularly. This one he's punching. Picks up an easy single. Could be more. Careless cricket by the youngster there. Throwing at the stumps. Nobody backing up. Gave you an extra run. So 2 more to the Guyanese total. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Signal from the umpire. Really loose delivery from him there. Left it alone in Yearwood. He's on 47. Would love to get to that 50 before tea. Flighted outside the off stump. Pulled his bat in. Side. I think there's another over, so before tea. As we continue to bring you this game between Jamaica and Guyana. 3rd and 4th place battle here. They're looking to, one of these teams are looking to go forward. But there's the Leeward Islands and there's Barbados at top, 32 points. I think they have basically qualified already. So they're looking for a partner between Jamaica, the Leeward Islands, and Guyana. Those are the teams vying for that 2nd position. I think the Bajans have secured their position in that finals. So Hines continue to bowl tightly. This one is a loud appeal. Striking him on the pads, looking to turn it across. Play across it, strike him on the pad. The umpire had nothing to do with it. An appeal came from Hines, but it was cut short by the shaking of the head of the umpire.
Yes, and Zachary Joda seems to be quite comfortable on the back foot. Always up to go back, so he has to be mindful of that fuller delivery. Coming back and trapping him on the crease. Yes, that's where he needs to be playing. Seemed to be going long leg, Martin. I called it as soon as it hit the pad. I guess the umpire saw it as the right decision as well.
And he's in the best position to do so. Not a dot delivery. Ball here. So Hines really keeping things tight here for Jamaica. This one is flighted. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, as a shake of the head. Won't be bothered with that. You have to come better than that, gentlemen.
This might be the last over before tea, so batters just need to be level-headed. You don't need to be losing a wicket on the stroke of tea.
This one is flat. And the umpire walks up to the stumps and touches the bails. And that is the signal that we have gotten to the position where Guyana is 209 for 3. 209 for 3. We have been signaled, the tea break has been signaled to us. Yearwood is not out on 47. Judah on 5. So another good session for the Guyanese here. And as they go to have some refreshments, we would also have a break here. And we'll return to you in the next 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes, where we continue coverage here in this game, Guyana versus Jamaica, round 3 in the West Indies, Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament, Rising Stars.
Good afternoon, listeners throughout the Caribbean, as we welcome you back here at the Arnos playing field. As we bring you live coverage in the match, the Under-19 tournament, West Indies, Under-19 Cricket Rising Stars. Guyana versus Jamaica. Guyana insulted to bat by Jamaica. The score is 209 for 3, going into the tea break. As we resume, the umpires are out in the field, the players are making their way out. And so, as we under some cloud cover, we expect some very intriguing cricket to continue. Just before the tea break, we have a not-out batsman, Zachary Judah on 5, and Sharma Yearwood on 47, approaching his half century. So we continue from here. We see Jordan wearing the number 22 t-shirt. We'll pick it up from the southern end. He has been bowling a consistent line throughout the day. At least the Jamaicans were able to get a breakthrough. After lunch, they have picked up 2 wickets and have since then been bowling steadily, containing the Guyanese batsmen. Of course, the winner from these 2 teams in this 3rd round will go through to the next round. Barbados, of course, is in the lead with 38.4 points, followed by Leewards with 25.6. We break as we see Jordan, right arm, over the wicket, leg spin. And for this delivery, Yearwood is watching it go by to wicket keeper. North over. Jordan again to north over. Short coming into the batsman on the back foot. Trying to punch it through cover. No runs. Jordan again. And for this delivery, short. Yearwood is off the back foot, punching out to extra cover. Runs around to his right hand field. Score goes up by 1. It's now 210 for 3 Guyana. 210 for 3. We are into the 67th over. 66.3 overs thus far. 210 for 3 Guyana. Of course, we have witnessed a century by Ramnath. Well played century indeed. And for this delivery, Judah facing up to Jordan is forward. There is no run. Slightly overcast here at the Arnos playing field as we look in the distance. Over to Beckway, the Grenadine Islands are covered in a heavy cloud. And we trust that we'll get in some quite a bit of play this afternoon for this delivery. Plays out into the cover, extra cover region by Judah. Judah resuming after tea. He's on 5. He's yet to get off the mark after tea. And this one pitches just about middle and off and turning away and just jumping short at the short second slip area. There was a man who was posted in that area and the ball just jumping short, just finding the edge. Very bold, well bowled, Jordan. And that brings it to the end of the first over after tea. A scary moment there for Judah. Well, I have with me here my partner, Kenroy Martin. He's now coming in to the chair as our commencement. Good afternoon, Mr. Martin, and welcome back after this post-tea session.
Good afternoon, Morgan, and good afternoon to the viewers, and welcome back to Arnos playing field. Thanks for welcoming me.
And we are now seeing Hines. Left arm continuing after tea as he bowls. This one is played up to short mid-off. There's no run. Alex Hines bowling steadily and has been very consistent in his line and length throughout this match. Here he is again. And for this delivery, making the batsman play, as he has been doing all throughout the day. Nagging line, just about on about off stump, bringing the batsman forward, causing him some difficulties. And here he is again, outside the off stump this time. The batsman watch it goes by. So it's Barbados in the lead. The point standing, Jamaica followed by Guyana in 4th position. The Windies, 5th place, 11.2 points, and TNT in the cellular position with 6.8 as Hines bowl outside the off stump again. And Yearwood just watches it go by.
Yeah, some good cricket being played here by the Jamaicans. Some pressure cricket, keeping things nice and tight.
Hines again, left arm, over the wicket. Outside the off stump. No shot from the batsman.
Yeah, they just making the Guyanese wait. They're not bowl towards the batter. They're asking the batter to come to them.
And Hines to this, and for this delivery, driven down to long off. Brings up a single to the total. It's now 211 for 3. And Yearwood, he moves on to 49. 49 Yearwood, getting closer to that halfway mark. He has been batting very well. Started out very aggressive, but then the Jamaicans with some good tight bowling from their spinners keep things in check. You have seen his century maker partner, Ramnath, goes, and since then he has took over and has steadied the ship. He too would be looking for a very big score. We are seeing Jordan from the southern end will take it up. He will be bowling to Yearwood on 49. Right arm leg spinner to Yearwood and short, and Yearwood is making room to slash to the offside. Didn't get it as he would like. It goes straight up to mid-off. Slip, cover, extra cover, short mid-off, long off, mid-wicket. And for this delivery, there's an appeal. Question is being asked for a ball that was flighted. Yearwood looking to drive, missed it completely. Not out, says the umpire. Umpire Bonner Joseph from Antigua, heavily built, as characteristic with the Antiguans, very big people.
Indeed.
And so Jordan comes up again and bowled. And this one again is short. And this time Yearwood is punching it. That is half century now. And he's an elated man. He's happy. He hugs his bat. He gives, and he signals to his players in the dressing room. Well played, 50, Yearwood. Well played. That brings the Guyanese total up to 212 to 3. And this has been an impressive knock. This has been an impressive knock from Yearwood with his partner, Zachary Judah, on 5. He will now take strike from the right arm leg spinner, Jordan. Into Judah, down the leg side, he swishes it, missed. There is some concern now as we look into the area where it's normally in the northeast area to our left. We see a very thick cloud cover. And for this delivery, he stands up straight and punches through past short cover. Mid-off run the wrong to his left and field, resulting in 1 run. Judah goes up to 6. The total for Guyana goes up to 213 for 3. 213 for 3. That brings Yearwood into strike. Yearwood facing up to Jordan. Right arm leg spinner, bowl, shorts. with some bounce in that one. Batsman didn't have to play the keeper, making a little jump there. And we are seeing some concern going out there for the weather. It's becoming very heavily overcast now, so maybe we could expect some showers. How long it would last, we don't know, but we hope that it will hold up as we continue the game right here at Arnos, Guyana versus Jamaica.
Well, you have some concerns too. We're looking into. On the eastern side, there's a heavy dark cloud also over Beckway. So the groundsmen are already prepared to deal with that with the covers.
And here is Hines, left arm around the wicket, bowling to Judah. He plays out on the offside to squarish cover. There is no run. One slip cover, extra cover. Middle off short. And there's a delivery from Hines, short. And here is Judah pulling through mid wicket. Runs around to his left field. There'll only be one run. Carries the total up to 214 for 3 Guyana. 214. Judah now moving up to 7.
And just to let the other folks know.
And this delivery from Hines, pitches, but going down leg, an appeal goes up, not out says umpire. Christopher Wright from Jamaica.
In the two other games being played, with North Islands versus Barbados, they are 65 for 4 windwards. And at Cumberland, TNT versus Leewards, they are 84 for 4.
Hines, left arm over the wicket to Yearwood, no. Left it alone. Hines again. Left arm over the wicket to Yearwood. He plays out to short. Mid off. Hines getting through his over quickly, bowls, and for this delivery, Yearwood is driving but can't beat the man at short mid off. That brings the over to an end. So at the end of the 70th over, Guyana put into bat by Jamaica. It's 214 for 3, 214 for 3. We are seeing the groundsmen now being signaled to bring the covers as it becomes a bit darker here at Arnos, and the players are walking off. Martin?
Yes, some interruptions here due to the rain. And for the other 2 games, there were some interruptions earlier this morning. So the rain has come to Arnos. Now we are clouded, we are dark, and the covers are coming on. So we'll be interrupted for a while here at Arnos. But Guyana, 214 for 3. And the supportive Yearwood, he has gone past a 50. So good knock by Yearwood. Excellent knock by his partner Ramnath, 107. He would be interrupted by some rain here at Arnos. So before we even break, Morgan, we just want to inform the others that there are 2 other games being played, one at Cumberland, one at Park Hill. I mentioned before that at the Park Hill game, Windwards versus Barbados, they are now 89 for 5. 89 for 5. And I haven't got another report on the other game. So they have progressed and they have lost another wicket. They are 89 for 5 windwards versus Barbados.
It's very interesting, Martin, that the windwards have been, well, they are currently in the 5th position, and to lose against Barbados, that could even push them further, depending on how the match goes between
5.
Trinidad
4.
and the Leewards. But right here at Arnos, we have seen some very good cricket. The Guyanese have batted and batted well after being put into bat by the Jamaicans. And they have already scored over 200 runs. They have already have a century by the century maker Ramnath. We have seen some very good cricket. Earlier, the Guyanese openers steered the ship and see that they got to 49 before losing their first wicket, and then After that, things swung a bit to the Jamaican end where they got 2 quick wickets and they were with the tail up. But then after that, the Guyanese put their heads down and continued to solidify their innings. Martin.
Well, we would be interrupted today, as we said before, at Arnesville. The covers are down. And we see there in the left corner, as we see the man on the white horse, he's coming down the hill. And he's coming down rather fast. We see Beckwith is covered in white already. So we would be interrupted for a period of time here at Arnesville. We don't know how long it would be, but the groundsmen have taken cover. They have covered the wicket and they have taken the necessary precautions so that we could have play as soon as the rain subsides. So we are here at Arnesville, interrupted by rain. Guyana, 214 for 3. We would come back to you as soon as this rain subsides, and we would encourage you to look at the other games at Park Hill and Cumberland between Windwards, Barbados, TNT, and Leewards. But at this point in time, we are interrupted by rain, so we would have to continue our broadcast sometime later this afternoon, Morgan.
Yeah, definitely. And I did not hear about the weather reports this morning, but it is expected that this weather pattern should have been here since last week. And not surprisingly, we are into the rainy season or the hurricane season, and it is expected that we will get these kind of weather patterns. But the latest score here at Arnesville at the Mecca, 214 Guyana insulted to bat by Jamaica, 214 for 3 Ramnath, 106. He's not our batsman right now. Sharma Yearwood, he's on 50. He's on 50? 50, and Judah on 7 not out. That's the latest score from the Arnesville playing field. We will return to you in a short while from now.
Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome to Arnesville playing field. We were interrupted by the weather. We had some showers here at Arnesville. The covers have been removed, and we have a rescheduling of this game this afternoon. We have completed 69 overs so far. Guyana at 214. 214. We have a reschedule. We start at, right. So we start at 5:45, sorry, 4:45. I want to run out this office already. 4:45, and we finish at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. this afternoon, and there's a set date tomorrow, set time tomorrow at 9:30. So we have completed 70 overs for the day. We have a allotted amount of 90 to be completed today. So it is a little bit dark on the outside. We are not too sure if we could get you the remaining overs for this afternoon. So with that in mind, I think the umpires have gone ahead and rescheduled tomorrow morning to 9:30 start. So Guyana continues to battle here with Jamaica. Jamaica won the toss this morning and insulted the Guyanese. They are now 214 for 3. We have Ramnath. He scored 107. And we have Harewood, who's now not out, on 50. Had some good knocks. We had a good partnership of 49 between Ramnath and his opening partner, Caesar. Then there was this big partnership between Ramnath and Harewood of 113. So we would resume play here, and in my commentary box here with me is Sylvanus Morgan Horn. He's with us this afternoon as we continue play here at Arnesville playing field. Sylvanus, welcome back.
Welcome back, Martin, and welcome back, viewers and listeners to Indeed, it's a very heartening to know that we're going to resume cricket. We had a good shower of rain down here, but it's good to see that the players are back out in the middle, and we look forward to some very interesting cricket in the remaining minutes, I should say that.
So Walters take up the attack, is outside the yard. Somebody we are starting with a fine shot, 2 covers. Stroke it nicely, and it raced off the outfield. 2 runs. 2 runs there to Judah. Judah have opened his account after this rain break, but a lovely shot through the covers. Good feeling by the man at covers there. Good throw as well. So good all-round cricket. And Guyana moves up by 2 more to 216. 216 for 3. As Judah takes strikes from Walters. This one is outside the yard. Someone edging. Coming close to the fence. It would not get there, I don't think so. Good feeling there. Picks up another 2 runs. So Judah, another 2 runs to him. 2 more runs to the Guyanese total. So they have started positively after the break. Accumulating some runs. The Jamaicans were bowling pretty tight before this break. They had them in a little bit of a stranglehold. But things have changed since this break, and they started positively. He's outside, and he's trying to get another single at square leg. Sent back by his non-striker. 218 for 3. Judah is on 10. And Harewood is on 50 for the Guyanese. Had a very good day of cricket so far. Dominated really by the Guyanese batting. Walters. This one is played firmly to the man at cover point. So just for the viewers, just a little bit dark on the outside, you know. The sun has left us for a little while. The clouds is just clearing away at the top. We have seen Beckwith clearly, so we intend to have some more cricket this afternoon. As we continue here in the West Indies, Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Rising Stars. Shot outside the off stump, and that one is staying off the edge. Down to third man, into the fence for 4. So the Guyanese have returned, and they have started positively. Another boundary to Judah. That carries the total now to 222, all the twos. So a positive start here by the Guyanese, Morgan.
Exactly. A very positive start after a long rest period in the dressing room. Of course, they have not lost anything. And Walter just pitching a bit wide and giving a chance to Judah to free his arms. And he got a thick outside edge and collected the first boundary for Guyana.
This one is pitched up and he's driving again to the man at backward point. Who does the feeling? So that brings you over to an end. Guyana 222 for 3. Judah has raced up to 15. And we have Harewood, who is not out, and 50. So Guyana 222. 222 for 3. 71 overs completed in the day's play. We are scheduled to complete today's play at 6 p.m. I'm not too sure if the light would allow us to do so, but that's the extended period of play, Amagi.
It's very encouraging, Martin. After that long period, covers being removed, we're still seeing the pitch as dry as anything else, so it's a good sign. We have very good drainage here at the Arnosville playing field. And we now see Hines bowling in his cap. I don't know if he now takes it off. He will resume from this end, the commentary box end. He will be bowling left arm over the wicket to Harewood. And here he is, full toss, force up, driven to short mid-off. Hines again, left arm over. This ball is pitched middle and off stump. Harewood coming easily forward, stroke up to short mid-off, no run. For this delivery, just beating him outside the off stump. One that pitched and turned. Harewood now doing a little bit of gardening as he settles, looks up and sees Hines coming in again to him, left arm over the wicket. And for this delivery, he is playing back onto the onside. Short, mid-on, move to his left to a mid-wicket position, picks up. Hines again. Getting through his overs very quickly, right on target, bringing the batsman forward. Fields to his own bowling, no runs. 222 for 3 Guyana. Steering the course after a solid start between the opening pair of Ramnath. And Caesar. So that brings the second over to end after the resumption of play after the rains. So Kenway, we could see a total posted of over 300 maybe. We're having an early start tomorrow, 9:30. Guyanese look set. Cricket being a great game of great uncertainties, you never know what can happen tomorrow. That is a different day, but right now, the 2 batsmen resuming play. Judah and Harewood are batting songly. Walters again as he prepares to bowl from the southern end. He's making some adjustment. He wants the fine leg to come a bit finer. Okay, he's satisfied with that now. One slip, a gully, cover, extra cover, short mid-off, mid-off. Bowls outside the off stump and he drives, finding the extra cover. And there is no run. Yes, the rain has subsided now and still a little murky. Picture here at Arnosville. no sign of sunshine right now, and I think that's how it would be for the rest of the day. We look at Walters coming in, and this one, Joda is playing and missing. 2 to the keeper. No run resulting. The Jamaicans fighting their way back into this game, having success after lunch, been able to remove the century maker Ramnath, who went for 107. Well played innings. Walters again. To Judah down the leg side. Jamaica 3rd position in point standing. Guyana 4th place. 2 battling it out. Either of these 2 teams could go to the next round. When was I understood, since we last have that break, was 89 for 5. I don't know what is the position now. This ball from Walters outside the off stump. Keeper seems to be asking a question. Nothing to worry about. For our listeners and for our viewers, you would remember that Jamaica, in this encounter, won the toss and invited Guyana to bat. And here is Walters, up and bowls on the middle stump, and Judah is equal to the task. Just playing it back up along the wicket. The bowler fields, no run resulting. This is the 3rd over after the fall of the rain. Players were all in the dressing room. No doubt would have had a few discussions about strategies and what they need to do and how much they need to dig in on both sides. Walters again, and for this delivery, Jordan is easily forward to the task again. That brings the 3rd over after the resumption from fall of rain. It's 222 for 3. Guyana sent in to bat by Jamaica.
Well, these 2 batters at the crease are looking rather solid for Guyana. A total of 222 for 3. Started the morning solidly as well. So Guyana pushing hard. Have another hour or so scheduled for play here at Arnesville as Jamaica. They had a good session before the rain. They bowled tightly. Didn't give you much, but this resumption after the rain break, they started positively. They got about 10 runs from their first over as Hines continued. This one is full toss, driven 2 covers. They get 1, coming back for a second. So good batting, good running here between these 2. And this is something that we have seen today. We have not seen much issues with the batting, the running between the wicket. They have been calling, and they have been responding very well, very positively to the running between the wickets.
Very much so, very much so.
Full toss, he just turns it to the man at mid-wicket, got himself in a rather clumsy position there.
Yes, Martin, the running out between the wickets between Herwood and Jodash has been very good. They are building on a partnership, and we've seen when at one stage things, they won't get in the boundaries, but they were rotating the strike and taking up the singles.
Well, Hines gets through his overs rather quickly. So that's a plus for the Jamaicans. They would get you a number of overs with him bowling at this end. See, there's a little bit of moisture on the ball, so they are doing some cleaning. It's a rag. As Hines continued to bowl, 224 for 3, Guyana. So there's outside the off stump, and he's calling for quick single. He gets it. Good backing up by the man at short mid-wicket. Feeling the pain of that. As the throw came in from the man at short extra cover. 225 for 3. 73 overs have been completed. We have allotted amount of 90 for the day. See how close you could get to that as Jamaica continue to battle here against Guyana.
He's
bold. Is he bold?
Yes.
Through the back. He went on the back foot. He went through the baton pad. And Hines have claimed another scalp. He came back. It was pitched just on the off stump, and it's like an arm ball that came back, and it went through the baton pad. And Guyana have lost their 4th wicket at 225 for 3. And we spoke about it earlier about the breaks, and automatically when it comes out at a break time, usually fall for wicket. And it has happened for Guyana. They have lost their 4th wicket.
Yes, Martin. Over. Yes, Martin. It has been happening all through the day. After each break, we are seeing a fall of wickets. And that ball was well pitched from the left arm, coming around the wicket, left arm irons. Pitched between middle and off stump. Catching Joe Dash going back on the back foot. And wasn't able, kept a bit low and hit off stump. So well bowled, Hines.
29. So another scalp to Hines. He have grabbed the wickets of Ramnath, and now Judah going back, bowled Hines. He looked rather comfortable on the back foot, and he was deceived by that delivery, just pitching and sliding between baton pads 15. And striking the off stump, and they have lost their 4th wicket. So 225 for 4. They have had the better of the day so far, Guyana, but Jamaica came back just before the break and was bowling tightly. And they have gotten another wicket. So here comes Ramsamy. Ramsamy has joined Harewood. So Ramsamy has joined Harewood here at Arnisville. Hines to Harewood outside the off stump. That one had some pace on it. Just outside the off stump, well taken by the wicketkeeper. Over has been completed. 225 for 4. 225 for 4 Guyana. After being insulted here by Jamaica, they are doing exceptionally well here at Arnisville at 225 for 4. But they have just lost a wicket of Judah for 15.
Yes, Martin. Guyana off to a very good start today, and in having some breaks in between, and the last one because of rain. Has to be very mindful, has to be very careful that they don't lose too many wickets in this last session of play. They have to continue to build on the innings set by Ramnath and the others before. So with a new man in at least, the Jamaicans have the tail up, so to speak, and we'll be looking to run through the rest batters for this afternoon, whereas Guyana will be having different thoughts.
Well, Guyana has gotten a start that they needed, and they have continued to bat positively. All they need now is a partnership. Another hour or so to go before close of play. It is Walters bowling just on the back of a length. He's bowling a very tidy length, is Walters, keeping things tight here for the Jamaicans. And Hines, on the other hand, keeps bowling tight as well and picks up wicket. He has already gotten 2 wickets so far, picking up 2 big scalps for the Guyanese. Ramnath, he got Ramnath for 107 and just dismissed. Oh, that one is just short of a length. Try to force that 1-2 covers, bouncing just closely to the stumps there. As the sun hasn't returned here at Arnisville, but it's still good conditions for cricket.
This wicket, the last wicket there, Martin, has brought some inspiration to the Jamaicans. They're clapping, they're cheering, and they're looking for blood, so to speak, now in this session.
Well, they will be looking to clean up the rest, but they have to deal with these batters. This one is pitched just on the leg stump, not out, stifled uphill somewhat. Not out, says the umpire. Score remains on 225 for 4. 74 overs have been bowled for the day. So they have gone through the day very well. They have kept the over rate up. And unfortunately, we had some interruptions due to rain. And that have caused the delay and have caused the extension of play this afternoon. 225 for 4. This one is pitched up and driven to the man at short extra cover. He's looking for a run. Just teasing those fielders a little bit there. But he's batted well for that 53. Yearwood, he continues to bat well for Guyana. Guyana have done very well with partnerships this morning. Started out with the opening bats of Caesar and Ramnath of 49. There was a quick wicket in between there, and then Ramnath and Yearwood, 113. This one is on the body. Played out quietly to the man at mid-wicket. So the Jamaicans have had a rather quiet day. They have picked up 4 wickets thus far after insulting the Guyanese. Anyone thinking of that would have said that the plan probably had backfired somewhat. They haven't gotten the results that they were looking for. Guyana has defied the odds. This one is on the leg. Turn to the man at square leg. That brings you over to an end. So the end of another Walters over. Score remains on 225. He bowls tightly. Tightly again, another maiden over. So 75 overs have been bowled. Guyana 225 for 4. We have Yearwood on 54. And just coming Ram Sammy, who have faced 2 deliveries thus far. Guyana 225 for 4.
Yeah, and that was a very good over, very controlled over coming in from Walters. Martin, you've been there, and you know the manager will say play session by session. After this delivery, I'll ask you the question.
This one stands up and just punches it.
Yeah, so what it is like, Martin, being in the dressing room after a long break, coming back out? How does it feel?
This is dependent on the time of the day as well. You know, it's almost close to closer play, and guys had probably started shutting down somewhat. So it's a difficult period to come back and have an extension. This one is a loud appeal and he's out caught. Ram Sammy going for the sweep, and Jamaica has picked up their 3rd wicket this afternoon, and the bowler is no one else than Hines. Number 3 for Hines. So they have bowled tightly, created the pressure. Ram Sammy going out caught wicket keeper, trying to sweep that delivery without troubling the scorers.
Well, interestingly, Martin, we've been saying that all along that this session is a very crucial one. The final session, after being in the dressing room for some time, you're coming out, the muscles a bit sore, you have to get your eyes in again, and now we're seeing what that looks to me like a more half-hearted sweep shot, really, than a full sweep shot. He's more or less tried to tickle it around the corner and just happened to get an edge down the leg side. A catch well taken by the wicket keeper, and he lost his wicket, Sammy, unfortunately. So the Guyanese team slipped into further trouble by losing 2 quick wickets. They are now 225 for 5, 225 for 5. And we now see the captain making his way out in the middle. So 225 for 5, 75 overs have been bowled to date. Guyana losing 2 quick wickets in this session. Play that has been held up for almost an hour after heavy downpour of rain, and now we are seeing a different session altogether. And Hines, the left arm, who has been bowling very well, line and length, on about middle and off stump, he has taken 3 wickets and continue to prove a handful for the Guyanese batters at this time. So
Mohammed Bear has joined Mohab Bear. Let me get it right. This one is bowled just outside the arse and pushed back to him. There's 2 slips. Backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket. So he's looking for more wickets here. Hines. This one is just on the body, looking to turn it. No run. Well done by the wicket keeper. Losing 1 glove in the process. 75 overs completed. So good bowling, good over rate here during the day. Mohabir pushes that one back past the bowler. Fields. That's the end of the over. Successful over for Hines. He has bowled 19 overs, 6 maidens, 37 runs, and he has picked up 3 wickets thus far. So that's to go over those bowling stats for him again. 19 overs, 37 runs, 6 maidens, and he has picked up 3 wickets for Jamaica.
Very interesting spell coming in from Alex Hines, and has really put Jamaica back into this game. No doubt you would see him bowl right through this session, and he has been keeping things very, very quiet. Apart from just 1 boundary, just 2 boundaries we had after the resumption of play. Things has been pretty quiet.
Indeed it has been. Walters on that line, that nagging line. Very, very good bowling here by Walters. Keeping things very tight. He's bowling the line where he say, if you miss, I hit. Just on the body, keeping things rather tight. No balls pitched up in the half of the batsman. He's bowling on that nagging length. So some tight bowling here by Walters. He has bowled a good spell so far for Jamaica. As he continues. This one is pitched up. I just called it, and he made that mistake of pitching that ball up into his half. And he crashed into that back pass off into the fence for 4. That was a loose delivery from yes, Walters that we have not seen very often from him.
Yes, Martin. It was there in the slot, waiting for the drive, and would make no mistake. No man move shot. He didn't even have look to run. So very good indeed. Very good shot from Yearwood. That puts him up to now 57. And he, like his partner before him, Ramnath, who scored 107, continued to steer Guyana on.
Well, the commentators cost. Just spoke of it, and he pitched it up. You haven't seen that from him. He's pitching that up again. Similar shot. Would it be the similar result? Yes, it is. Similar results. Walters have lost his line in 2 deliveries, and he has been smashed through the offside into the fence for 4. So some very good shots here being played by the youngsters who have rushed up now to what, 57, I think? 61.
Yes, that ball again. Walters looking for the Yorker there this time, but straight a bit offline, and again giving Yearwood a chance to drive, free his arms, and he did so powerfully. Although it deflected from short mid-off, it went into the fence for 4. Well,
2 and 2. 2 and 2. I'm hoping not to see anything else about Mr. Walters. He may disappoint me. But that's how it goes. This one is pitched up again, and he's driving to the man at short extra cover. Good does the feeling. But those were 2 very good shots there played by the youngster. Yearwood. Bisect the field, really. They didn't have a chance of pulling that back. 2 lovely shots by him, over pitch deliveries by Walters, and he crashed into those and really maximized on those, getting 2 boundaries. 2 brilliant boundaries by him. 76 overs bowled. Walters. This one is played now. 2 down the third man era. That is coming close to the fence. It goes over the ropes now. So 3 boundaries in 4 deliveries. Walters. Morgan, I think I spoke too early, Morgan.
Yes, Martin. Again, we're seeing Yearwood, who came into his innings very attacking, and when Guyana start losing their wickets, he consolidated after his partner Ramnath went. He now continues to build that innings. He's now on to 65, and this was a very delicate late cut from him that brings him up to give him another boundary. So Walters now will have to watch his line.
Well, he's on the charge. This one is outside the off stump, and my word, that is the best of the lot. A little bit of room outside the off stump, and he rocked back and punched that true backward point, and it raced off the outfield into the fence. 4 more.
Yes, Martin, that's a lovely shot indeed, and nothing sweeter than going back on the back foot, rocking back and cracking to square cover. Lovely shot indeed.
What a way to finish this over. My word. Harewood really punishing the youngster who has been bowling. Walters has been bowling a pretty good line all afternoon. And we talk about breaks and what it does to you in cricket. And the Jamaican have taken a break, rain break, no fault of theirs. And they have picked up 2 wickets, but Harewood continues to battle on here for Guyana. He has rushed up to 69, stroking 4 boundaries in the last over. But his Hines, the man who have caused the damage, continues to bowl for Jamaica. Full delivery, punch 2 covers. Would this one get to the fence? He runs 1, it runs close, comes back for the second. So he's off the mark. Mohamed, he's off the mark. Score moves up now to 243. Getting too close to that 250 mark.
The first time we're seeing Hines over pitching, Martin, to skipper Alvin Mohabir.
Yes.
Coming forward easily and stroking it through the offside, close to the cover point boundary. Picks up 2 runs.
Full toss again, and he's punching it through the covers. Similar shot, similar things happening again. Picks up another 2 runs. That's a long boundary out there. So 2 more runs to Mohabir.
And I don't know what is.
I don't know what. 45 for 5.
I don't know what's happening there, Martin. Apparently, probably the ball is wet somewhere. I don't know, because in 2 consecutive deliveries, is 2 full pitch deliveries, and I see him now drying the ball on his flannel. That's Hines. He needs to get it right now.
Well, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. You may be in charge at one moment, and then all of a sudden things changes for you. That has happened to the Jamaicans. They came back out, they picked up 2 early wickets, 2 quick wickets. Pull back the Guyanese. Now they are bowling boundary deliveries. The Guyanese are back on top of the game. This one brings him forward. There's a slip, backward point, short, extra cover, a sweeper, mid-off, mid-ons, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Hines outside the off stump, squaring this one up and going past the bat into the keeper's glove, and he appeals. Not how says the umpire, but another good delivery there from Hines. Just outside the off stump. Skipper beaten all ends up, but he survives. He continues batting here for Guyana. Full delivery. This one is gone. Hit 2 backward point. He goes for 1. Comes back for 2. So another healthy over here for the Guyanese. 6 runs coming from it. And they continue to score and pile on these runs here for the Guyanese. Day number 1 of 3. Round 3, Jamaica versus Guyana. Arnos playing field. And this is a really good contest between these 2 teams. One is at 4th and the other at 3rd position in a points table. A very important game here for both teams.
Yeah, that over, you see easy pickings for the captain Mohabir. Receiving 3 full pitch deliveries and making him look easy in playing his shots. I think the Guyanese now must be happy that they are able to pick up some runs after losing 2 quick wickets after the break. Jamaica, on the other hand, will want to tighten up with their bowling for some reason. I don't know. Alex Hines have lost his line in those last 2 overs. So we now see a change of bowling, is it?
Edwards.
Edwards, the left arm opener, is coming back from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Yearwood. Yearwood, who is on 69 and has been batting well.
Well, this is not a bad move from the skipper. Walters got spanked in the last over, so there's a change in bowling. This one is down the leg side, not a good start there by Edwards. Taken by wicketkeeper. 247 as Guyana edge up to their first batting point. 2 runs away from that. So runs are important, points are important here, and Guyana racking up runs and also looking for those extra points to push them ahead of Jamaica. In this third round, this one is pitched up and driven to the man at mid-on. Edwards, a bustling run. He's coming from the Beckway end. He has switched ends. He started from the commentators end, the airport end. He now has the opportunity to bowl from the Beckway end to see how effective he could be. Didn't get a wicket from the other end. The Jamaica is hoping that he picks up a few from that end this evening. This one is a Yorker length. Good delivery from him. Only could come down on that one is Yearwood. Number 37 on his back, number 58 on Edwards' back. The battle is on here at Arnos playing field. Day number 1. These two teams are really fighting to get to the finals. Barbados have already booked their place, and they are doing well against your opponents today. I would update you just a little bit on the other 2 games. This one is short outside the house stump. Left alone as the umpires walk up to the stumps and say, 1 over the shoulder. Those are the rules of the game. As Jamaica and Guyana continue to battle. Conditions still good for cricket. Still good for cricket here. Edwards. This one is on his legs and he's just nibbling it off his legs. Down to the man at fine leg, number 14. Good throw into the wicketkeeper. Another run to the Guyanese total. 248. 1 run away from an extra point here. So they would have wanted to collect those points today and tomorrow as well. So that, and I would think that they would want it to bat once in this game and put the Jamaicans under some pressure. From the results thus far, I think this is the best batting performance from the Guyanese team. This one is played by the skipper up to the man at short. Extra cover. Edwards completes is over at 248 for 5. 74 overs completed. Jamaica versus Jamaica. 79 overs completed. Jamaica Guyana 248 for 5. And as we told you earlier, we have our extension in play. We are going up until 6 o'clock. So Morgan, your assessment so far in this game this afternoon?
Yes, Guyana, Martin, still has the game in its balance, still have the game in control. That last over we see from Edwards was pretty good over, except for 1 ball straight down the leg side. He attempted a short pitch. It shows that the wicket still has some life in it. He was called. But all in all, a good over, and the Guyanese continue to pile on the runs at this time.
Critical period here for both teams. They would like to finish the day on a positive note. Guyana has done that so far. I would give the day to Guyana, really, even though they have lost 5 wickets in the process. This one is pitched up and driven back past the bowler. Jamaica has had a long day in the field. Some good batting. So that brings up the first batting point for the Guyanese. So they have placed another point on the board. So that's good news for them. 249. As Hines continue to bowl here for the Jamaicans. This one is played with a solid bat. Hines walks forward and fields to his own bowling. Just to remind you that you're looking at West Indies cricket, West Indies under 19 tournament here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. This one is driven nicely through covers. There's a sweeper there. 150 comes up on the board here for the Guyanese. So well played to Guyana. 250. 250 for Guyana for 5. Excellent score here by this Guyanese team.
Indeed, a brilliant performance. One that was created at the start by 2 openers. And from there on, even though they might have lost a few wickets in between, all the batsmen have shown that they have gotten some start and would have really played brilliantly.
These are the things that you would love to see happening on a daily basis in this tournament. Batsmen getting runs, bowlers picking up wickets. These are the future stars of the West Indies. You have the Guyanese and you have the Jamaicans here. Both countries have produced some exceptional cricketers over the years. And they continue to do the work here for West Indies. And would like to see that continue, that trend continues, Morgan, where they have produced some excellent fast bowlers, especially Jamaica fast bowlers.
It's definitely. West Indies, there's room for a lot of fast bowlers. It's so much easier to make the West Indies team as a fast bowler. And there's also room for batters as well. So all that they have to do once given the opportunity, batters need to put their head down, bowlers need to take wickets, batters make runs. And then they're on their selection to the higher level and move on from there. Of course, there's a career in cricket now, Martin. So lots of opportunities for the players. So they have to decide from here on at this level where they want to go with the game.
Speaking of careers, we had persons like Christopher Gale who came through these tournaments from Jamaica. This one is whipped off his legs through square leg. Yearwood picks up another 2 runs. Good running between these 2 batters. Really quick running. So good all-round cricket here from these players. Christopher Gale, Marlon Samuels. I could remember playing this tournament with these guys. You know, Wavell Hines, Tomlinson. You know, from Guyana, Ramnath Sawan. Those other players. Umchan Puran, Ching Sami. These are some players that I played with in this tournament. Outside here, there's an appeal, cuts and misses into the keeper's gloves. Had some really good players. You know, we had Corey Collymore. We had Barry Lowe, Barbados. We had Ryan Hines. All those players came through this tournament. I remember playing cricket in those days. Darren Ganga, Trinidad and Tobago. It's a lovely shot. Straight to the man at cover anyway. They pick up another single. And they're looking for some overthrows. No, turn back, he overran. So he would only get a single for that. The score moves up to 254. So you see, this tournament has been a bedrock for the West Indies cricket. And it has produced some excellent cricketers, and we would like to see that continue, you know, for the future of this great sport that the Caribbean loves so dearly.
Indeed, Martin, definitely. But it all goes back to, you know, we're saying that the Big Four always produces those at the top. We'll answer the next question after this delivery. This one goes down the leg side from Edwards. No run, as Yearwood try No.
Edwards.
Mohaber tried to leg glance, doesn't make any contact. But the Windwards, Martin, for years now, they have produced one or two good players, but they have not been able to maintain their position at the top. And why is this so?
Well, after this delivery, I'll give you an answer. This one is edge past the man at first slip, runs down to third man, goes into the fence. He moves up by 4 more to 79. 79 to Yearwood. And he looks as if he was in control of that shot. Mohabier. Right, excuse me. Mohabier, he goes to 5. So I'll just go.
Yeah, it's 258. There's a thick outside edge, a ball pitch outside the off stump, and the captain Mohaber was trying to really go big on the offside. Extravagant drive, but getting the thick outside edge just past the left diving hand of first slip and down to the boundary for 4. So the score 258 for Guyana. When we have seen 80 overs bowled, this is the 81st coming up. This one is short from Edwards and into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Yes, Martin. We're talking about players who came through this tournament, and we have seen players from the different islands making it big. I was asking the question about the Windward Island players. They have produced some good players. You know, lately we had our youngster in Currency.
No, Ambris.
Ambris.
Obed McCoy.
Of late, Obed McCoy, presently on the team. But still, we have not produced enough and was able to maintain them at the top. And I'm asking, why is this so? It's the same tournament.
Well, the thing is that the West Indies cricket have an history. And we have to be fair. The bigger islands produced most of the players for West Indies all those years. And, you know, the Windward Islands would produce 1 or 2 players that would fit into that squad. We have produced some excellent players over the years, but because of the standard of cricket.
Here is Hines over the wicket, plays up to extra cover. A Yearwood, no runs. Yearwood.
Because of the standard of cricket that was played on the other islands, they produced the majority of the players, really, and they defeated the Windward Islands heavily during those tournaments as well. And as they take up another single, and even with that being said, even in today's tournaments, this thing still continues where the bigger islands have produced the majority of players. So from the Windward Islands, we have this thing in us that we produce 1 or 2 good players. We have not moved from that stage.
Hines into Mohaber, he plays quietly on the offside, no run.
So we have not moved from that stage in producing 3-4 players at once for the West Indies. And you have to ask those questions as to why. While the other islands have produced 4-5 cricketers for the West Indies team at one time, we produce 1, 2. That's the most.
Hines, and for this delivery, Captain Mohaber pushing forward is beaten completely. Through to the keeper. Question asked by Hines. Not out, says the umpire. Yes, Martin, and interestingly, strangely enough, when our players from the Windward Islands make it to the bigger stage, it somehow seems not to score big and to maintain their place as well. So is it one of that they're not ready for the big stage? Is it one of that they get cold-feeted? Because back in the local tournament, some of these players score a lot of runs. And why is it that at a higher level they're not able to transfer that talent? I guess it's a recurring question.
Well, I could say presently we are having the same problems with our senior team. Sorry, there's a loud appeal. Umpire won't have anything to do with that, but it was a confident appeal from the Jamaicans, who went up in unison Not out, says the umpire. That over comes running from Hines. So 260 here for 5. 260 here for 5 at Arnisville. We have extended play here this afternoon, but we continue to discuss the matter of Windwards and West Indies here. This is the tournament where we have our future stars. And the questions are there. They need to be answered. We have not produced what we are accustomed to over the world and for the world. And we have suffered a lot of losses because of such. So we have to look at our cricket and see our development program, see what we're doing with it, and really try to invest in our youths.
Do you think, Martin, it is we're not playing enough cricket? Eventually, the franchise, do you think it's a good thing that they have the franchise now, that players could go to the different islands, play for different teams, and intermingle with different players from different islands? You'll answer that question after this delivery, which is bowled by Edwards outside the off stump. Captain Mohaber just watches it go through.
I think it's a good thing. One of the problems that we have encountered in the West Indies is unifying ourselves as a body. And when a player from the Windward Islands could go and mingle with the Barbadians and play a tournament, it makes life easier for those players who would be picked to represent the West Indies. So you have an understanding as to how the Bajans play, the Trinidadians, the Jamaicans, because we all have different cultures, but we have to come together as a team. So it's that has been a task for us, like all the other cricketed nations, where it comes from one island, basically one whole thing. We have different islands, we are island chain, and we are separated because of water and so on. So it makes the West Indies a difficult place to actually have a team where we have different culture, different people, different governance and all these kind of things. And when you have the franchise cricket, all of the players from different islands come together to represent one team. So it
Take
makes
this
it
delivery
really
from Edwards. Outside the off stump, he's late cutting, and I think it's just short of Jordan in the first slip. Captain Mohaber steering that one, or try to steer it away from the first slip, just drop in front of him. I don't think it carry, but resulted in 2 runs. 2 runs. He now move on to 14. It's now $262. 262. Sorry. 262 for 5. 262 for 5, I beg your pardon. 262 for 5. A very delicate late cut there from Captain Mohaber.
delicate indeed. As we continue playing here at Arnisville. Guyana 262 for 5. And we're really in a delicate situation here. Oh my. Jamaica versus Guyana. Very important period of play, as described by my commentator. Delicate as a flower, blooming in the morning. We have to be very careful as to how we handle those plants and so on, water them properly. So it's Edwards. This one is on the leg, played nicely. He's looking for 1. He's calling for 2. Would he get it? No, he doesn't. So 163. So Guyana looking really good here at the first day, having that sort of total on the board, and really that would put the Jamaicans under some pressure. I'm not too sure if the Jamaicans got to that amount of runs for the tournament thus far. I would have to do the research and find out. But they have played 2 games, and they have lost 1 and win the other one. So this total would be very, well, a difficult total for them to, well, this is a lovely shot here. Back past the bowler, full toss from Edwards. He looks for 1, he goes into the fence for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely straight drive coming from Yearwood.
Yearwood continues to grow in confidence. He now rolls up to 80. Scorers, did I get that right? He goes up to 80. So the numbers are really rolling in. It's 80 here what has rolled up to. Remember his partner prior, Ramnath, he got 107. So he has continued to bat here for Guyana. And Guyana moves up to 267 for 5. A really good total by this team. Solid batting from the start. Foundation was set. And now they are really reaping the benefits of doing so. They are batting in pairs. The skipper is at the crease with Yearwood and Hines, who have bowled a marathon spell thus far for Jamaica. He picked up 3 wickets. The last time I checked, he had 37 runs, but that has gone on a little bit more. He still has 3 wickets. I think he's probably bowled about 21 overs or so. This one is outside the off stump. Well fielded by the man at backward point. He has bowled 23 overs thus far and continues to do that for his team. It's a lot of work for a spinner. 267. This one is outside and the skipper got himself in a tangle there. I'm not too sure what happened. But his bat came down on that delivery. I think he pulled a cramp somewhere and he's holding his leg.
No, I think that he tries to get across before the bowler bowl and eventually the bat came down on his toe, actually with that delivery.
And he's kicking it out. I think he had some uncomfortable situation there. So he battles on here for Guyana. Got himself in a tangle. But eventually, this one is outside the house stump and he's driving to backward point. Picks up another single. Bad miss there by the man at backward point. He's calling for 2. He was sent back by Yearwood. 268 for 5. Guyana, as we draw close to that time, they would have that in mind as well. After batting so well today, they would want to go into the hut without losing another wicket. But Jamaica would be happy if they could get another wicket here. A wicket or 2 would be very good for them. Boost their confidence to come back tomorrow. Hines is driving this one to the man at cover. No run. Extension of play today. Rain interruption. Yearwood on strike. This one is played back to him. So he has bowled at flat trajectory all day, Hines, and just bowled tight. And then they have a couple of batsmen have come to his bowling. He has picked up 3 wickets. This one is right up into the black hole. Squeezed out for a single. Another Hines over comes to an end. And 269 for 5. 84 overs completed.
Another good over, Martin, from Hines. And with how much? We have another, 20 more minutes to go.
6 overs remaining.
Another 6 overs. Just enough for Yearwood to get his needed 19 more runs to get to that century mark. We hope that he will get it this afternoon. He is in no hurry, actually. Continue to bat well. Continue to remain steadfast. So we'll look and see what would happen this afternoon, whether he gets that to that magic figure of 100. Still some 19 runs away.
Well, as he has a change in bowling from the back way end, the leg spinner comes back. That is Johnson. First delivery outside the off stump. Straight into the keeper's glove. He was looking to cut that, but it was a flatter delivery, faster one as well. Went into the keeper's glove, beaten for pace. Johnson outside the off stump. That one is hit hard to the man at cover. Rifles in a return, but a single was on. Skipper Mohabia running very well between the wicket with Yearwood. So Johnson, leg spinner, bowling from around the wicket. He's bowling to the skipper from Guyana. This one is a one that turns to mid-wicket. He calls for one. He's looking for two. He's coming back. Good running between these two. Excellent running. 2 runs completed. 272. Good running. Some good cricket being played here by Guyana.
Very good cricket indeed. Very good running between the two batsmen, Captain Mohabir and Yearwood, who's nearing that century mark at 82 now. He will be facing up to Johnson. Captain Mohabir, as Johnson comes in and bowl, and he is coming forward and plays out to cover region. Martin, it is very interesting that the Guyanese continue to bat on, and we've been rotating the strike all along, so piling up the runs. Here is Johnson, and this one inside edge just passes stumps. Like Gully runs around and field. One more run to Mahabir. It's now 273 for 5. 273 for 5. Johnson, as he gets ready to bowl to Yearwood. Yearwood is hitting this tongue too long on. They go on for one, they think of a second, he's sent back. Captain Mohabir is sent back. Only one run in that. It's now 274. 274. Yearwood moves on to 83. 83 to Yearwood.
So he continues to bat positively here for Guyana. Guyana now rushed up to 274 for 5. 83 to Yearwood. Skipper has just joined him. He's rushed up to 19 as well. So they have gotten a nice little partnership going between these two. They have run between the wickets positively. And they have really sort of offset the Jamaicans' plan by some positive batting and good running. Flatter delivery as he accustomed to do is Hines. Bowling consistently here. Keeping things tight, keeping the pressure. A few loose delivery, yes, expected human being. This one is a full one now. He punches that one down the ground, Yearwood. Picks up another single. He goes to 84. That brings a skip on strike, Mohabia. He's now on 19. And Guyana 275. 275 for 5. A really good day for them here at Arnos playing field on a placid batting wicket. They have done exceptionally well. Had some interruption through rain. This one is flighted outside the off stump. As we see the birds flying across. Looking for the nesting area. Not too sure where that is. Again, a full delivery in the black hole. Played by Mohabia. Outside the house, some played solidly again. Backward point comes in field. This one is played back to him. That brings you over to an end. He bowls his over rather quickly. Hines, that ends the over. 275 for 5.
Listen, Hines is keeping things relatively quiet now for the Guyanese. And again, as the 15 minutes before the close of play, extended time, Guyanese are taking their time and ensure that they don't lose another wicket. 84 now is Yearwood. Whether he will get that to that landmark of 100 before close of play, we wait and see. But he continues to bat very sensibly, picking his balls, playing each on its merit. He has demonstrated some concentration throughout his innings. And of course, this is what the West Indies selectors no doubt would be looking at. Martin.
This one, he's just punching down the ground. I've seen him with a couple of full tosses as he goes later into the innings here. He just punches them down the ground, not looking to clear the field at all. So that's very smart batting here by Yearwood. Just picking up a single. As they say, 1-1 normally fills the basket. Keep going. It's a full toss again. Driven to the man, a short extra cover. Skipper. He's on 19. Johnson around the wicket. This one is tossed again and driven nicely to the man. Oh, there will be some trouble here. Would he be run out? Yes, he is. My God. That wasn't called for. There was a deep extra cover. And the skipper stroked the ball to the man at deep extra cover. Took off. And Yearwood did not reply. And Guyana have lost their 6th wicket through the run-out route. That wasn't necessary.
Uncalled for. Actually, I think skipper hit the ball, time it so sweetly that he think that there should be a run. Given that, well, his partner Yearwood has been at the crease for quite a long time, he didn't respond. And that caused his downfall because he was halfway down the wicket and Yearwood was still there, ball watching. And by the time he sent him back, he could not retain his ground in time. Unfortunately, the skipper has to go by the run-out route.
Well, they have taken a couple of singles that way today, really hustling. But this time, Yearwood did not respond. And skipper Mohabia was left stranded halfway down the wicket. And the keeper had no problems in whipping off those bails. That ball came in one bounce. And Jamaica has picked up their 6th wicket through the run-out route. Skipper Mohabia goes back, run out for 19. But they have Yearwood, who have been battling all morning. He's still there on 85. So 85. And to join him is Ramnath.
It's unfortunate, Martin, that the skipper has to go by the run-out route, but there are several ways in which you can out, and that is one way because he looks very comfortable at the crease. I've not seen him play any bad shot per se. Maybe 1 or 2 balls just past his defense, but he looking sound. He looks like he would have been set to come back tomorrow and play a very, very dogged innings, but that was not the case. He went by the run-out route.
Well, what would be the thought process? This one is going across his first one to Ramnath. How would be the thought process for Yearwood here now? He's batting with the lower half of the batting. He's on 85. What would be his approach? He's playing that one dead is Ramnath to the man at short extra cover. Johnson continues, collects from the man at short extra cover, return.
And I think here approach would be to bat on. He's almost near to the magic figure, and he cannot let that run out get to his head. He has to stay focused on achieving that century.
So the shot again, and he just plays that back to Johnson, who does his feeling out of his own bowling. So, and 1 wicket, another wicket goes for the Guyanese, really, through the run-out route skipper. He was looking really good. stroking the ball nicely. Stroke one to the one at short, well, cover. Rushed call, but Yearwood never responded, and he was left stranded down the wicket. Left the area with his head hanging, indeed. And Guyana 276 for 6. 276 for 6. 87 overs have been completed. The umpires are now with the ball in their hands, asking some questions because it's a little bit dark in and around. The sun has not come back. They have decided that they continue playing. We have another 3 overs to complete the 90 overs for the day.
Going back to that run out just now, Martin, you would know that a run is decided between 2 players, and no matter how sweetly you time the ball, you should ensure that you get the okay of your other partner to decide yes or no before you start running.
Yes, and that wasn't done on that occasion, and skipper lost his wicket through the run-out route, unfortunately. But that's cricket. That's one of the ways you can get out. As Hines continued to bowl tightly outside the off stump, keeping things nice and tight. His Hines, he picks up 3 scalps so far. And Jamaica has just consistently bowled tightly and dry things up. And they have caused 1 or 2 things to happen. But that run out really unnecessary. It's a game of cricket. This one is a full Yorker length delivery somewhat. He bowls that often. Just looking to slide under the bat, but has not been successful with that delivery. But he's bowling it pretty well as he continues. So outside the yaw stump, and he's tried to tug that one, tried to tug it through the onside. Didn't make contact cleanly. That's Yearwood, looking to be a little bit aggressive. I'm not too sure if this is the right time to do so. He's on 85, looking for another 15. 6 wickets has fallen, but he still has to be very careful and circumspect as you play that one. It comes off the outer portion. He's calling for a single, quick one. They get that run, and the score moves up by 1. He takes a strike, or there's 1 more delivery remaining. I think there's another delivery from Hines, so he moves up by 1 to 86. 86.
And that is in complete contrast, that single, to when the captain got run out.
So, and there's a quicker delivery. There's another single been taken here. So, good running again by these 2. Quick response. That brings you over to an end. So, just another 2 overs to complete play. And the umpires have taken the ball.
Yeah,
and he would be consulting again with his umpire, the man on the other end. What would be said, I'm not too sure, but
looks like they're gonna offer the light to the batsman. No, they continue
play. So within the space of 2-3 minutes, you have met twice in the middle. What decision would be made? Not too sure. The umpires say continue play. The guys are good to go.
Yes, with the slow bowlers on, Martin, it's giving them that little advantage, the fact that it's not the best of lights in right about now, but with the slow bowlers on, I guess the batsman will ask if they can see, yes, and play will continue.
Johnson, the leg spinner, bowls around the wicket. He continues. This one is tucked off his legs. He calls for 1. He's looking for a second. Easy 2 runs there. So 2 more runs to Guyana. Ramprasad, 2 easy runs to Ramprasad. As they continue to pile on these runs here, day 1. Coming close to the end of play. Guyana this morning was sent in by the Jamaicans. They were looking for some better results. Didn't happen. The Guyanese has batted stoutly It's on a short outside here. Some punches to the man at cover. Who feels? No run. .280 for 6. They have responded very well after being insulted. This one is played with a solid bat, baton pad close. This one is short and he's back and punches it to cover. It's called for a quick single, they get it. Another good piece of running and calling here by these two batters. So that brings Yearwood into strike. He's not out on 86. 281. He has batted responsibly for the day. He has taken his bat way down into the innings, way down to into the afternoon. And he would like to survive this evening to come back tomorrow. This one is outside here. Somebody plays it with a nice wrist to the man at backward point. Square cover somewhat. Johnson around the wicket. He's bowling to Yearwood. Quicker delivery into the brilliantly fielded by the man at backward point. I was struck with some power as well. But it was well stopped, well fielded by the man at backward point. That brings you over to an end as the umpires come to consult again. Over number 89 has been completed. One more for the day. And it is close to 6 o'clock. What would be done, I'm not too sure. They are in charge. They are offering the light. You're offering to come off the field. I'm not too sure what would be happening.
Look like we're going to come off. Yes,
the
I
batsmen,
think
they are coming this way.
Yeah.
The Jamaicans, they are not moving as yet.
Yes, I think they have called it.
Right, so they have called. That's it for play, for close of play. So at the end of day number 1, Guyana 281 for 6. A very good day here for Guyana. They were insulted this morning by Jamaica. They won the toss, Jamaica, and insulted them. And they now 281. They had a brilliant 100 scored by Ramnath, 107. And Yearwood now 86. He's 86 not out. With Rampasad. Rampasad is also not out on 4. We had good contribution coming from Judah, who got 15 as well. So, day 1.
Yes, an interesting display, Martin. The Guyanese have taken advantage of being sent into bat by the Jamaicans and would have been able to post 281. Tomorrow is another day. They have 4 wickets in hand. Of course, they could go home, relax in the hotels, and reflect on the strategy for tomorrow. But they are in a very good and solid position.
Yeah, just to run through the stats for today. Jamaica won the toss and sent the Guyanese into bat. They are 281 for 6. Dindal, he was caught. St. Roy for 15. Yearwood, not out 86. Judah, he was bowled Alexis Hines for 15. Ramsamy, he was caught. Joe's bowl northward, bowl Alexander for a duck. Caesar, he opened the batting. He was out for 19. LBW, Justin Beckford. Ramnath, he scored 100, 107 from 170 deliveries. It's a good batting here by him. And at the crease, Mahabia, he was run out. Skipper, he was run out for 19. Rampasad is not out on 4. And with him, he has Yearwood, who's unbeaten on 86. Bowling for the Jamaicans, Thomas, he bowled 11 overs. 2 maidens, 37 runs, no wicket. Edwards, 14 overs. 4 maidens, 39 runs, no wickets. Walters, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 48 runs, no wickets. Hines, Alex Hines, he bowled 25 overs, a marathon spell, 7 maidens, 53 runs, and he took 3 wickets. Justin Beckford, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. And Walker, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Johnson, 19 overs, no maidens, 55 runs. He didn't get a wicket. So at the end of day number 1, Guyana, after being sent in, they are 281 for 6. A beautiful day for cricket. A beautiful day has been ended here today by Guyana. They are in a very strong, a commanding position of 281 for 6. Will you join us tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp, where this game continues here at Arnesville in the West Indies under 19, West Indies under 19 3-day tournament, where we have Jamaica and Guyana battling here for a position in the finals. Both teams lock hands. One is at 3rd and one at 4th. So tomorrow morning at 9:30, we'll be right back here at Arnesville, where we continue live coverage, live broadcast of this game. Guyana 281 for 6. A beautiful day for them. You have Shema here with not out an 86, and a beautiful century scored by Ramnath, 107. Those were the highlights for the day. So tomorrow, catch us back here at Arnesville at 9:30.